It's free your mind. Gon' free it up, gon' free it up. Gon' free it up, gon' free it up. Gon' free it up, gon' free it up.
I'm gonna need one of them beats, man. That's how we gonna start this.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna need one of them beats.
Shut up. We can hook it up for sure.
Hey, I swear, like when that shit dropped, it kind of remind me of like some classic Keek and shit, right? I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Uh-huh.
Oh, oh,
Yeah. They turn you up real quick before, you know what I'm saying? He's
That's
finna
a
turn
fact.
you up, bringing you in here.
Hell yeah. But welcome to another episode of Free Your Mind Podcast, where you can come to free your mind and help others free theirs. I'm the co-host, and I go by the name of Woon, and I'm all about balance like a mop and a broom. What's poppin'?
Yes, sir. I am the other co-host by the name of Selfmade. You gotta tap in with self to know thyself.
Yes, sir.
Always was popping.
Man, some more of it, man. Some
Another
chill
one.
time. And when I say chill time, I mean the weather. It's chilly willy outside, boy.
Yeah, it's shifting, baby. We going through the shifts.
That's a fact.
Days gonna start getting shorter again, and gonna have to go through that again. You know, it seemed like that shit like was nigga move so fast, bro. Like,
I was just about to say that. Like, when do we push back the time? Like, is that or no? We push it forward this time.
we push
No, we
it.
push it back. No, we push it back. Fall back and spring forward. Okay, we put yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, it seemed like I don't know. That's not for a minute, is it?
That's this month for sure. I don't know exactly.
That's this month.
That's this month. That's what I'm saying. Shit moving by fast.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. So we gotta man. But speaking of that, that's a perfect segue into us about to hit this year with the Free Your Mind podcast.
Yeah.
That a whole year, man.
We coming up on the year. We got like what, a couple months, 2 months, 3 months. We at the 10, huh?
Huh?
We at the 10.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so we plan on giving back to the people, man, all the supporters and the love y'all been showing us. We're gonna do some sort of raffle. We still ain't figured out like what the prize is, you know, a couple of gift cards, Amazon gift cards or something like that.
Definitely.
To give back to the people.
Yeah.
We'll be throwing that out for sure.
Goodwill. Because it's all about doing the goodwill. Hey. But no, yeah, it's definitely gonna be something, man. And it's real important for y'all to subscribe if you want to be a part of that. Like, you know what I mean? So if you want to, if you haven't already, I know a lot of people tap in, but I'm not sure if everybody that be tapping in are equally subscribed. Like, you know what I mean? So at this point in time, you know, just the benefits of subscribing, just like we said, we're gonna do the raffle. So, you know, participate. You know what I mean? It's gonna be fun.
Yes, sir.
But for when we do the our year show, the intention is to, if we can, have everybody that was on throughout the duration of the year on one show at the same time, and we just gonna kick it, like, you know what I mean? Celebrate.
That's gonna be crazy. I'm gonna have to be muting motherfuckers because that's a lot of energies right there. We probably ain't gonna get everybody, but I'm sure a lot of people will, you know what I mean, end up pulling up.
Definitely.
We might have to do it in parts or pieces. All right, y'all three pull up at 6.
That's a
but
fact.
Yeah, everybody subscribe. If you haven't subscribed, please hit the subscribe button, notifications. If you're on Facebook, like and share. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so we're gonna go off of the subscribers off YouTube, right? Because we're trying to build that up.
Yeah, because and we get a lot of Facebook traffic too. So super salute to everybody that slide in from the book. But again, if you already fucking with us on Facebook, jump over there to YouTube real quick. Boom, hit that subscribe, then jump on back. It's all good.
Exactly.
That at least put your name into the raffle, like you know what I mean?
Right.
At least.
Right.
You know what I mean? But yes,
Exactly.
I definitely want to when I keep on saying I, but I mean us, we definitely want to see the growth of the people from this last year all the way up until right now. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All
That'll
about
be dope.
baby. I got Sam Tip in the building. What's up, Tip? See, Tip came in the beginning when we was like, when we did I think he came in on the 3rd episode, maybe.
Who?
No, he's on a book. He keep on, he's popping up on Facebook. But he's coming in under Jamin Jones and shit. But that's the homie Tip.
Okay.
Yeah. He a Bama boy. From Alabama. Boy, hey, we get motherfuckers all over the goddamn country. And people don't even understand that. That'd be the lit shit. That'd be shit.
That shit dope right there. Just having, you know what I mean? It's a whole different vibration where they at. We just bringing all these different vibrations onto one platform. That shit lit.
Super lit. So yeah, let me pop this bottle so we can get this show started. Y'all know how
that nigga matching the bottle today.
That's a fact.
Got the chinchilla.
Man, don't have me go throw that shit on. I'm gonna go throw that shit on. Hey, y'all know so white gold just steps. Everything just go. It's up.
All right.
Hey, but sis said she said what you say?
She said you looking like a snow leopard.
Leopard! It's leopard!
You out here killing leopards, nigga?
Right. So if y'all remember that Dave Chappelle show, he was like, it's leopard, Holmes, it's leopard. But nah, yeah, that's niggas like to put that shit on, man.
Especially now, shit. Now is the right weather. When it was hot, 100, you know what I'm saying, 115, 117 degrees. Now you don't want none of that on. You know what I'm saying? But now, yeah, it's getting that time to start putting that shit on. The sweaters, the sweats, all that shit coming out.
Right. In Vegas, it's desert, so nigga, when it's hot, it's hot. And when it's cold, it's fucking cold.
I'm surprised, man. All right. I'm surprised y'all don't be getting no snow out there, but that desert cold a little different. Do it be snowing out there?
I was just going to say, sometimes it do.
Okay.
I haven't been out here to experience it, but I know people that's been out here be like, nigga, it's snowing out here. Hey,
right. Yeah, that's shit. That's like damn near like sack. Sometimes it be so cold. I'm like, damn, it's that dry cold. You know what I'm saying? Like we get the dry heat and the dry cold. To where when you walk outside, it ain't moist or nothing and it's cold. Like, nah, I feel like your skin finna fall off type cold. You know what I'm saying? Especially if the wind going. Oh yeah, that shit ain't cool.
God. Man, that shit's blowing out here right now too. Boy.
Bro.
Hell yeah. Nigga, I'm sitting there because I'm dipping with my top down and shit because the sun is still kind of out and shit. Dipping with my top down. Nigga, I've been one of the blocks, nigga. The wind just came and I rolled up my window. I'm like, nah, nigga, let me take all the proper precautions and shit.
Right. That's why I said he en route. Not quite sure if he's en route to the show or if he's driving or something. I'm not sure.
Oh, I can't see none of that. Where you see that at?
Oh no, he hit me in the messenger.
Oh, okay. Shout out to Janine that's in the building and shit too. What's popping, lady?
What's popping?
She out here in that Vegas. I think Janine, this might be the first time I seen you tap in on a book on the show.
Okay, well, welcome.
Yeah. Thank you for pulling up. You said you'd be cooking that shit. I'm out here in Vegas. You better cook that shit. Pulling up for a plate, goddamn it. It's up. But yeah, no. So let's get into this topic, man. Kick it off with this Migos, man. My word.
Migos Takeoff, man. This man,
Woo.
look. Why is it, man? Man, look. Why is it when somebody pass like this, everything is like being said? You got the conspiracy niggas out. You got
Woo.
the like. It's just, you know what I'm saying. And then on top of that, like, we continuously um sharing videos like this, man. Like, that's, I feel like that would probably be the biggest thing I take away from what happened is the fact that people is recording this shit and putting videos out for the likes and the clout and the, you know what I mean, to make it seem like they, and it's just like you're showing a black person get murdered on camera to millions of people. Like, and then it's the same shit they was doing that with the body cam footages, or nigga George Floyd, just all of that shit. It's like, why did we continue to push that shit out like that? You know what I mean?
Definitely. I mean, you kind of hit it on the head when talking about the cloud shit. There's a difference between, reporting what happened, like, oh shit, this shit is crazy, as opposed to saying, hey, look, nigga, I was right here, this shit is happening, and but we're in that era right now. Like, if you're not wanting to be seen yourself, you want to show what's the popping shit. Like, you know what I mean? So uh,
Mm-hmm.
this is that era, but sometimes you have to think about what if that show family member that's out there just laid out there, like, you know what I mean? Do you want their dead body or dying body to be seen all over the world? Like, you know what I
All right,
mean?
they last little image.
Do you want that type of energy out there? And it's just like, uh some people don't have consideration in that manner, because just like you said, they become shit taken over by the fucking clout, man. That shit is a drug, B.
Nah, for real. That shit's unfortunate. It's definitely unfortunate. I didn't heard a lot of shit, man. It's like the nigga was a blood sacrifice, the dice game shit, like all types of stuff, you know what I mean, that's going around about what supposedly happened or
Yeah,
whatnot. But just, at the end of the day, regardless, another person is, lost their life to some retarded shit.
yeah,
You know what I'm
man.
saying? That shit ain't even cool.
Nah, and RIP if we didn't say it already, but
Definitely.
it's I think like a lot of people, whenever a rapper dies, and it may not make sense to people when I say it like this, but whenever a rapper dies, they throw that rapper bag on them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh well, nigga, rappers is dying at a rapid rate, or it's not safe to be a rapper. But a lot of these deaths don't even have to do with rap. Like, you know what I mean?
Nah.
Like your occupation ain't always a situation. Like, you know what I mean? That's just like me fucking um getting hit by a car or some shit. They be like, damn, that nigga Woon, he just now put out his book. Book writers be getting bad, my nigga. Like, no,
Nah.
that's a situation. Like, just
Mm-mm.
some shit happened. Like, you know what I mean? But uh the story, and this is the part where I do understand, like, the money that came from the rap, as far as, allegedly how the story went with Quavo shooting dice and shit. Um, everybody knows how serious dice games get, man. And I've hosted a lot. I've been
Mm-hmm.
in a lot, right? I've seen, and we were talking about this, behind the scenes, but I've seen homies fight over dice games. I didn't see multiple fights over dice games. I didn't see niggas cry over dice games, all type of shit. Like, you know what I mean? And it's just like, goddamn, should be serious. And so
Mm-hmm.
it came to a point to where, I get it, because sometimes people got their work money on the line. Sometimes people got their hustle money on the line. They re-up money on the line. The money that they kid's mom gave them to go get some food and diapers for their baby, they put that shit on the line. So a lot, a lot of shit be on the line to where it's just like, hey, nigga, I need to come home with something. Like, you know, so I didn't see niggas get hit for nigga hundreds of dollars and a nigga break him off probably like a good 50 piece just so he could walk away with his dignity. Sometimes that shit don't happen. Sometimes, nigga, when you get broke, you get broke. Niggas go right back to the bank, come back and then nigga get back in and get broke. Take your ass home. Like,
Yeah, put that shit up.
it's not your night. Sometimes it's not your night. And you know, just like I said, I used to host them, but at the same time, when I was hustling still, like nigga, I wasn't shooting dice at that point in time. When I had the money that I was having, I was going to the casino. Like, you know what I mean? For one,
Oh right, yeah, exactly.
there ain't no point for me to be because we call this shit shacking. There ain't no point of me to be shacking with the homies and shit. Like, you know what I mean? When they got what they got popping off, and I'm like, I got my shit. I'm not like my bag is different than yours, and that's no disrespect. I'm not saying mine's is high or low, but how my shit was is just like, nigga, I'd rather go dump my shit off at the casino. Because imagine me, and this is what I used to always think when I see niggas fighting or crying, you know, about some shit. Imagine me being in that position, like nigga, with some fucking dice, my nigga. Like, you know what I mean? And I get it because again, there's so much dice games are some of the most passionate shit ever. But it comes with manhood. It comes with niggas pinch your nuts. It comes with niggas trying to fadanga you real quick, see how sharp you are. Like, so it's a whole lot of shit that comes with the dice game. So niggas got to understand when you like nigga that I won't even like, you know, going back to that, I wouldn't even be shooting dice with niggas who I don't know. Nigga, are you insane?
Right.
I'm not shacking with niggas who I don't know. I don't even shack with the homies no more. Just like I said, when I was getting my money, nigga, I'm to the casino, my nigga. Like, you know what I mean? If I lose, I could be mad at the motherfuckers at the casino, but nigga,
right, that's it.
Nigga,
you take your ass home, nigga. You ain't finna start nothing though in there.
Nigga, go re-up real quick, and I'm back at it, you know,
right
tomorrow, nigga. But it's just like when you are in that position, it's just like, do you still? Now we could talk about the rap shit. Now that you got this rap money, do you still have to, you know, be in like imagine, and this is what I mean. Imagine these niggas ain't even got Quavo money. Like, you know, you're shacking with niggas that's not millionaires. Right. They nigga, you know how much energy they got towards whacking you? Nigga, they trying to whack you on the dice.
I seen something though. It was saying that nigga wasn't even playing dice. Like he was trying to middleman an argument between two people that was playing dice, and shit got hectic off of that. But that's what I'm saying. Like you don't really know. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, and then I was seeing that they were saying something along the lines of like, nigga, his people started shooting first.
Right.
Like it wasn't even the other people, you know what I mean? So it's like, nigga, you like in a sense, you like kind of made your bed and now you gonna have to lay in it. You know what I mean? It's unfortunate, but it's like just being and not to say that it's just rappers. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? You got the street niggas in there and you know what I'm saying? All of that type of shit too. So at the same time though, it's like I put them in the same type of category. It's just like, you know, the rappers is just talking about the street shit, and the street shit niggas is actually in the streets. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, damn, I seen what's the dude name? Fuck, I can't think of the actor, but he posted something and he was just like, man, if you niggas is still out here listening to gangster rap and street, you know, street music, like street nigga music and all that type of shit, like, nigga, something wrong with you. And then he you know, he kind of wrote a whole thing about like, you know, it's like that. I feel like that's like why this shit got so heavily promoted in a sense. Not only because, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, he a famous rapper in a sense, but
definitely.
Just that talk, like, nigga, rapper get killed, like, nigga, that's just, it's almost like they making that shit normal, you know what I mean?
That's
and desensitizing motherfuckers over motherfuckers killing each other and shit. And then they talk about the shit in the music like it ain't nothing, and you know, it's just like, man, what the fuck is this shit turning into for real? Like, what's the music industry on that type of time really turning into? You
Right.
know, people can't really see through the fucking veil of like these niggas be talking about shit they don't fucking do. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
some niggas do for sure. I'm not gonna say everybody's not like that, but for the
Definitely.
most part, you know, you got a lot of niggas doing it for the Kanye reasons.
Yeah, nah, it be entertaining, and that's the whole thing. Like, um, me kind of like being in the streets. Well, let me say it like this: before I was in the streets, nigga, I used to kill 100 niggas when I used to rap and shit. Before I even knew how to shot a gun, I killed 100 niggas in a song. Like, you know what I mean? But then when I was in the streets, nigga, I'm not rapping about none of that shit. Like, you know what I mean?
Right, right.
I don't know what this
They
new
gonna come get at you.
yeah, like nigga, I don't rap about none of that shit. But then, especially where I'm at right now, it's just like, yeah, I'm not even participating in that lifestyle no more. But you know, me personally, I get that energy, I understand it, but it's just like, you know, a lot of motherfuckers who come in, they think that that's, and I'm not saying that they think that shit on their own, because whatever agenda is being pushed is being pushed. But they see what
Right.
it is, and like, if we talk about these record execs, they know that America loves violence, or the world loves drama, nigga. Well, who's the hottest nigga getting into the biggest beef right now? We finna go pull up on this nigga and get and signing for a milli real quick. You feel me? The cold thing about it is that back end is just like, well, we know that this nigga might have to go to jail, or he might get smacked. So nigga, I don't know if they can put a life insurance policy on niggas, a part of their contract, like, you know what I mean, or the masters and all this other shit. So we really have to look at you know uh the whole thing, like, you know what I mean. And it's just like, I
Yeah,
get it,
that's
like,
a fact.
these niggas is still young, like, you know what I mean. So that part is cool, but it's just like, just think about it, like, these niggas is dying young enough where before they can even understand what's going on, like, you know what I mean, the business behind it, like, you got the money, like, so that money, like, 'cause a motherfucker give you $1 million at 20, nigga, you're not even understanding money until like you like 25 and up. So you put a burn through that shit, and guess what? Now you got to hop back on that horse and do everything that they tell you to do and all this extra shit. So it's just like, and then on the opposite end of that, your family and shit, or your homies, thinking that you just got it like that. So they like, oh nigga, you made it. So then you got to worry about that aspect of it. So it's just a whole lot. Now again, we could talk about the rap shit. Now we could talk about, okay, is it hard to be a rapper? You fucking right. Because the image that you sell is that, like, nigga, I got it, I'm up, I'm blowing niggas' heads off, I'm balling out of control,
Right, yeah.
bitches. So now trying to live up to that, and when niggas think that you got it like that, niggas
They
is
gonna press you.
yeah. Dice
They gonna
game.
press
Oh,
you.
Frank want the dice game? Oh, nigga, come Shaq. I know you got a good 100,000. I'm gonna take. I'm gonna run through that. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
It's
it's
a
just,
whole different energy.
yeah, you got to know your position, nigga. If I know that I'm going to a spot where niggas is just like I said, I don't shack with niggas I don't know. The crazy thing about it is that they was at Jay Prince Jr.'s birthday party allegedly, and so it's just like, with
Mm,
his top stature, you would think that everybody would have a mutual respect in the room. I guess that shit wouldn't pop. And I hate to, I'm not trying to joke about it, but it's just like, if I got a group of niggas who don't know each other and we're coming together for Woon's party, bet not nothing pop off, my nigga. Like, what are we talking about right
right. Them niggas be acting like having security is like nigga rolling with the police in a sense.
now?
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, bro, you're in a whole different bracket, yo. Like, niggas ain't looking at you on no, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't just normal no more. You know what I'm saying? You can't just do a lot of the things that you used to. Some people can in they hood, but nigga, I mean, even then it'd be like
Yeah, you in
you catch
Houston,
that wrong night, that wrong day, the wrong person. You know what I'm saying? Like, hold on, I need something, nigga, from this nigga. I'm taking this chain. I'm taking that 100,000, whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like,
right? But
it's
it's
like,
just,
damn.
I just don't want to kick the dead horse, but I did want to, discuss that. So again,
Yeah.
RP to Takeoff, man, and salute to all of the people that was involved. Like, as then we got to deal with family issues and things like that. And it's just a lot, man. And a lot of these cats be young, man, when they be catching, these L's and shit. So,
Yeah.
when you up and coming rappers, don't think that you gotta have a certain image. Be your fucking self. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the main
So
thing. Just be yourself. And I know it's easier said than done, especially in my position, but it's just like, at certain points of time, you just got to play smart. Not to say that there's not like a lot of young smart niggas that's out there that's moving smart, but
they know what pays. They know
yeah,
what's selling. They know what pays. So they, like you said, they trying to recreate or stay in that lane or in that present that type of image so that
definitely.
they can get that bag.
Right.
But that's why I do see like we gotta as the supporters of these people, we gotta stop fucking with motherfuckers that's producing certain shit like that or dropping certain shit like that, because at the same time, like, that's what's keeping all this shit going is us. So
That's a fact. Definitely.
hey,
So
shout
yeah,
out to Empress, and we got Zenith Heem in the building.
a couple of
I
loser gods was popping.
Hey, I know last time we had I forgot the topic. I think we was talking about what was we talking about when Zenith came in, but he didn't stay too long because we wasn't on that. You know what I mean? It was a certain type of
He came
topic.
in at like the end of the show, so we probably would. I don't even fucking remember. He would have to,
Yeah, I forgot what we was talking about.
by the end of the show, my belly done kicked in and shit. Like,
Right. You gonna
but
have to
yeah.
pull up again, man. We're gonna have to chop it up with bro.
So you want to kick off the housewives shit? Do the housewives chores go unappreciated? Woo, man. Um,
Do
hey,
housewife
do housewives chores go unappreciated? Like, are they just like, yeah, when I come home, my shit better be clean, clothes better be folded. I need some goddamn food when I get home. If we got kids, the motherfuckers better be in bed or either fed or something. And I don't want to deal with none of that shit. Like, you know
from
what
a
I
man
mean?
from the male's perspective?
I mean, that may be the female thing, like how the male think.
Oh, true,
But
true that.
um, if you, because I know that somebody posed this question and they said it as a chore, right? Uh, if we're talking about that shit being a chore, usually, motherfuckers do get compensated for doing chores and shit, right? That's your chore. That's what you do. You get paid for that shit.
Yeah.
However, I don't think that a housewife would like just that title alone. That's not a chore. That's a
That's
lifestyle
just
that
where you at. Yeah.
you're supposed to put yourself into. So, do you feel like you need to be compensated for putting yourself in that position and then you take care of the house? Like, how does that work?
I mean, if is that synonymous with nigga the man going to work?
Talk about it.
Because then everybody like nigga, everybody got to get compensated. When I get back home, hey, I done been to work. What's popping? Like, you know what I mean? Oh, you done did the house chores or you done cleaned up the house, cooked dinner. That would be like my gift for going to work, right? So then,
Right.
what would her gift be?
Yeah, see, and that's what I mean. See, that's
With
that with it
because
with oh no, I'm sorry, go ahead. Because it's just like, okay, the agreement. This is not I'm gonna just bring you up over here and kidnap you, make you take care of this shit. This was an agreement, right?
yeah, it would have
So
to
we
be,
understand that this was an agreement. Who's making the money? Well, okay, we both decided I'm going to make the money. So you're going to stay at home and you're going to do all of these different things. And because I make the money, I'm going to pay the bills, right? You don't have access to money like that, right? So I don't have access to cleaning up the house like that because I'm not home. So do I need to compensate you, right? Because you're bill free. You don't got to pay no bills. You don't got to buy no food. You ain't got to.
That would be the
only thing.
That would be the benefit. So that would be the benefit on her end, is that you have a house. Like, nigga, this is in the essence, your domain, to where you ain't gotta do shit but that. Like, you ain't gotta worry about no bills, no gas bills, no none of that type of shit. And then on my behalf, I come home to a cooked meal, clean house.
Yeah, and all the bills, like
laundry done.
See, that to me, it's just like, if you think about it in that, and I'm saying if that was a part of the agreement, because I see Lovejoy, she probably like, I'm gonna tear this nigga head off.
Right. So I start laughing.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to hold it in. But it's just like, what more? What kind of contract do you want to negotiate? Like, so now I'm not just only paying all the bills. I'm not only just buying all the food. I'm not only taking care of us and paying for the trips and doing all these luxurious things that you don't have to do. And at the least, you're just taking care of the house. Paying bills and doing that's a lot. Taking care of a motherfucker, that is a lot. And that's just a one-on-one. Imagine if y'all got kids and he's like, I'll alleviate you from all of that shit. But, well, I guess kids may be different because you got to take care of kids. So that may be a different ball game. So you might have to negotiate your deal a little bit different. But if y'all ain't got no kids and you just at the house just chill out, y'all seen Housewives, them bitches be kicking it. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, what do you really do for real? No, Joe, you got to pull up. I'm sorry about that. You got to pull up.
She said a house must be maintained. That maintenance equals chores, dishes, trash, yard work, etc. Yeah, and you're getting compensated by having the bills paid, right?
Is chores synonymous with job?
But that's why.
Yes.
Okay, we got Nashaya in the building.
Oh, okay. I just got a little piece of it. That's Nashaya for sure.
Go ahead, spit your spill, bro.
Oh, hold on. I'm just, I was listening to Woon, just when I came in. I guess I understand what the topic's about, but my point be like, why people even together? Is it to get these little things taken care of? Because if it's the woman's intention to find someone to take care of her, then she has to be okay with doing the things that person needs done, which is essentially her job.
Thank you. See, that's all I'm saying. If there's going to be a contract to say I'm going to work and you don't have to work, but you're still going to work. Well, where am I going to work? At home. That's your job.
Right.
Or she can work for your business. If you have a business, I'm a believer that you should never send your wife or your woman to work for anyone else's kingdom. So it's like, if you have something going on, then she needs to be inserted into that, because she didn't, kind of like what Woon was saying, she didn't build that whole world. She ain't taking care of the business and all the other stuff. She's just fitting in so she can be taken care of like everything else.
Damn. See, hey, he just now put that official on there. Like, she's just fitting in to play that position. Just so, look, and see, and when you put it like that, it's just like, again, the opposite side of that would be, hey, well, I sacrificed. What's that Mary J. Blige song? I was your lover and your secretary, like, and I did all this extra shit, and then now, you want to kick me to the curb. It's just like, no, but it's just like, well, didn't nobody kidnap you into this shit? Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, at this point in time, like, what more do you want?
You know, a lot of these women out here are under what I like to call the princess delusion or the fairy tale delusion, where they kind of feel like they should be treated like a queen or a princess. But a lot of the women aren't looking at the side where a queen had duties in her nation. A princess had appearances she had to make. She had clothes that she had to wear. She had people that she had to talk to. Like, none of these women who are well taken care of are really just sitting around doing nothing. That's something that's being perpetuated in specifically Western societies.
Facts.
So, Empress Divine said, as a single person, who compensates you for maintaining your home? I would say nobody.
As a single person it's not at that point in time that would be my job. That's my job.
Yeah, it would be
I don't
yours solely.
I'm not employing nobody to do that. But let's
A
take
women choose to be single, though. Every woman is choosing to be single. Any woman that wants to be taken care of can fall in line under a suitable man, and he will be more than willing to take care of everything if you there to help the team.
Damn.
right there. So imagine if you're in a relationship with somebody and you guys have separate households, and you go to work one day, like, she comes spend the night, you knock her shit down or whatever, yada yada yada. Then you go to work, you leave her at the house, you come home, the house is clean. Is she expecting to be paid for cleaning this nigga house?
Why did she clean it in the first place?
Because she's there.
Or because you knocked it down. Because the other thing is, hold on, my work, my earthly work here in this earth is to create children. So it's like, that's a man's work that we be doing with women. That's my opinion, y'all. When we be laying with a woman, we're doing the work. They are receptors. They are receiving what we are giving, and you only can give something you work for.
And then they cultivate it and
into a clean house. Into a clean house, unless you're a dirty nigga.
Right. But see, and that's my thing. Like, if it's just for that one day, maybe 2 days, you may come home, knock it down again, then y'all fall asleep, then she get up and clean the shit again. Should she get compensated for that? Should she get paid for that? Or how do we work that out?
If you're gonna clean up at my house multiple days and stay multiple days, why do you have your own spot at this point? Like, what's the point?
Right. Oh, so you can kick her out, so you can get rid of her when she's not vibing.
Yeah, that's a fact.
I personally don't believe in cohabitation, so that's my thing.
See, but and that's what I'm saying. That's why I had to put it out there. Like, if there's separate households, because now at this point in time, it's just like, well, now you're moving in. Like, say we go from that situation I just not put out, and then you move in. So then when you move in, it's just like, hey, well, I don't really have any ambition to do anything other than to be at your house and take care of your house while you at work.
Red flag.
It's just like, well, I could do that shit by myself. But
red flag.
Because I love you, let's get it popping. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what other circumstance it is. I guess you would have to be married, right?
The only reason to live together is if you have children and you're trying to raise those children in a 2-parent home. Otherwise, I don't let them move into your spot, y'all.
But they gonna taint it?
Yes, because I'm kind of dealing with a situation right now where, I have a consort or whatever. She came in the town. I was like, no, you can't really stay with me because I have my own vibe. She already knows the deal. She known me for years. And it's like, you got to get your own situation going, because I don't want no chick who don't got shit going on except for me. Because that's gonna drain me. She's gonna be constantly seeking validation from me. She's gonna be constantly seeking solar energy from me, because she's not getting any type of experience in life other than the little cage that she chose to put herself in.
But I thought you just said you're supposed to give her a job, in a sense. Like, if you gotta, like, if you have a business, you know what I'm saying?
No, absolutely, I hear that part, but in our modern age, I read this book, it's called Future Shock, and it talks about how in the modern age we deal with a huge amount of choice. And so because human beings seek novelty and nostalgia, she's not just sitting in the house doing nothing. She has a cell phone. She has a way to see all kinds of things that she maybe would rather be doing than working, And then the whole thing about it is, the woman has to decide is if the work she's doing she has to decide if the benefits she's receiving is worth the work she's doing.
See, right there, and that's what I'm saying. So when it comes down to that, and real quick, shout out to the chat. I see Mom's in the building was popping. You got Katrina in the building was popping out there in Texas. Hey, we kind of all over the map today. But I understand that, and that's what I'm saying. So when you negotiate that contract to say, I don't even know how the conversation starts, like unless you're talking to, because more than likely with this housewife situation, you're talking to somebody that's already well off. Like, you know what I mean? And I don't know if you came into the picture before the dude, started doing his Dougie or after, but either way it goes, there had to be a level of understanding to where it was just like, okay, well, I'm making the money, so you're just gonna stay at the house and do your Dougie. So at that point in time, if you don't have absolutely nothing going for you, what's the problem with taking care of the house? That's the least you can do.
Right.
Well, then,
and honestly,
you won't compensate. Again, like imagine you just like, I don't have nothing to do, or I don't have any drive, but you're my dude, and I know that you love me, so let's just stay together. And then, boom, we going on trips. Then, boom, he's taking you shopping. Boom, all the the everything at the house he's paying for, all this extra shit, and you don't have to do nothing but sit there and receive it, and then just to maintain the extra shit that he bought just to make you comfortable anyway. What?
But wait,
man, what are we doing?
Honestly, the man you're describing has more than one woman, and he knocks. I'm just being real, and he probably not gonna let no chick move in his house.
Hey, you may be absolutely correct, and I think that a lot of times that is the truth. And I'm not to say it like that, but if that is the case, more than likely she even knows that. But guess what? She don't got nothing going for herself, so she ain't gonna leave anyway.
She gonna try to sneak. Look, my mom did it to my stepdad. My stepdad's retired Navy SEAL. The SEALs, they're real charismatic. They know how to, get along with people, talk to people. They're outgoing. So when my mom met my stepdad, I guess he had a house full of women running around, doing different stuff, going to get his dry cleaning. He had it going on. My mom must have ran all these bitches off. Excuse my language. All these women off, right? And then I watch her to begin to basically prey on my stepdad, and taint his sanity, because he was a boss. He had that military retirement, and he was a SEAL that did some stuff, so they were paying him. So my mom didn't have to worry about nothing. He had racks on racks, they had cars, all that other stuff, but she still drove my nigga crazy. She was never satisfied with all the lobster dinners, with the flights, with the vacations, with the hotels. She was never satisfied with any of it.
See, that's why she hella stupid. That's why, like, you got to negotiate that contract. Like, and when I say the contract, like
from the gate,
yeah, like think about what type of person you're dealing with to say you're going to go to work and I'm going to stay here. Like, all right, and then what? Now, if we have a business, and like you like, okay, just like I said with the Mary J. Blige song, I'm your secretary. I may be doing this, I may be doing that. Then okay, hell yeah. Like when I'm out there in the field doing my Dougie, of course, hey, did you take care of this for me? Did you do this for me? It's not just some house shit. This is some business shit, right?
Right.
So business shit. Then hell yeah, let me tell you off, girl, because you're helping me not only take care of the house, but you're also helping me grow this and maintain this business. Hell yeah, I'm gonna write you a check right now. Go shopping and do whatever the fuck you want to do. I understand that, but just to be a housewife and just to be in the house,
with no children. I mean, if she has children, it's cool. But if she has no children, then she has to have some type of income. She has to have an income, I say. If she has no children, she has to have income. She can't just sit at home. She can't. Because I could pay a maid. I could pay a maid like $400 a month. You understand? And not feed her and not deal with her emotions and not have to blow her back out whenever she wants and all this other stuff.
Hey, with a maid, you might have a maid with the maid. Because just like you get all of that shit, and if you gonna slide your maid. I don't give a fuck. If you single, you put a slide your maid for sure. If she's doing all that, you might as well slide her. Like, you know what I mean? But when it comes down to just the business aspect. Now, like, you know, if you don't have anything popping, like what do you do? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what do you expect? Like, you know what I mean? But there's some dudes who even like muses, right? Like, I just need you in this house when I come home, just so I can get some inspiration from having you right here.
That's
If
all of
that's
us.
the case, if you're just a muse for this guy, and you know that's up, then you might get paid for that. But just to be just sitting at the house,
Yeah, muses do stuff. Hold on, muses are usually awesomely powerful, oh, you know, and they have the ability to do things for your worship.
that's a
Muses do stuff.
Yeah.
There's no way as out of just like, you know, it's kind of sad that family structure and relationship structure has become so like diluted and convoluted to the point where people like they're like honestly guys, like if you're not trying to have a baby, what you trying to have a girl for? For what? For what? For what? To get your little thing off or whatever? You can do that your damn self too. You know, so it's like for real. And I'm not saying I'm not advocating all that, you know, but I'm just saying like men, you know, men and women don't really be thinking about, okay, why do I want to in a relationship? I think women think about it a lot more because women are trying to survive and be taken care of and etc. But men, we kind of being driven by the wrong things. Like we really don't. We should never be in a position where we need.
All right, now watch this. I'm gonna try to throw a monkey wrench in there. I'm gonna try.
Before you do, real quick, Selfmade, before you do, Empress Divine, you are catting with the man on Twitter. You are catting right now.
That shit was funny as hell, bro.
She is catting with that shit and she know it. But go ahead, bro. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, damn, that should have probably come back to me.
My bad.
Come back.
I fucked that up. My bad.
You good?
You said that shit. I was loud. I'm like, manosphere. Like, what?
Hey, I apologize about my camera. I'm just walking back to my trailer right now.
Oh no, you good. You've been on here plenty of times. We know what you look like.
He was calling me someone else.
That's what I was gonna
Hold
say.
on, I came in here with the characters. You was supposed to know.
So, you were saying you don't need them for nothing. Now, what about that feminine energy though?
That is within us. The only thing we actually need the physical feminine principle for is to procreate.
Okay.
All right.
Save your money, guys. Save your money. Save your money unless you're trying to spend it on your babies. Don't spend it on them. Spend it on your children because they're not going to listen to you. It's easier to raise strong children than to repair a broke adult.
Woo. Hey, see, and that
Messiah is on fire tonight. What's going on, bro?
So we got Trick in the building. What's popping, Trick?
What's up with it?
Y'all have the ability and the just do. We're gonna roll out the red carpet if y'all want to come in and speak to that.
Yeah, because he's dropping right now, and I just see whole bunch of caps and what the fucks and wows.
I'm not mad at what he said.
Some of the people in here I've dated in real life, to be honest, in the chat. So
yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, for general conversation, I'm not mad at what you're saying because that's your perspective, and that may even be your experience and shit, right? So I'm not mad at that. But you know, just to bring it back full circle, it's just like okay, let's flip this. Women, right? If y'all was the workers, dudes sit at the house, he's taking care of the house, and just for the sake of this conversation, this situation, there's no kids. He's cleaning the house. Do you feel like he needs to get paid for that shit? Real question. Do you feel like a man needs to get paid for staying at a house for free while you go to work?
You're gonna be like, hell
wait, he's not staying for free. Hold on, no. If we laying it down, we working. Period. That's not work for them. That is pleasure for them. We work that. So we never don't get to work. We always have to have some type of value or capacity or something that we're doing.
Well, what is she on top?
Well, see, well, women can say the same thing.
for all about 30 seconds. Like, oh no.
See,
he just kept.
Freak said, "Hell no." See, that's
Yeah.
the only thing I'm saying is just like, you know, if we gonna put it out there
Yeah.
like that, we have to be honest about what we're talking about.
Right.
I don't think situations like that last very long, because typically, if that's the environment that's the case of the relationship, that woman is being exposed to men of either equal or higher earning capacity, which will throw a wrench into her home situation, so to speak, eventually.
Miss Divine is in the building.
I pulled
Peace to
up.
the goddess. What's
Oh, I gotta go
poppin'?
then. I gotta go then.
Hey, look, we scaring them off. We scaring them off. But look, y'all know it's real loud in my back. Anything you might hear.
What'd you say?
Yeah, I didn't catch that.
Can y'all hear me or no?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Peace be upon you.
You know. Y'all
We
Heard
can
that?
hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, you know how I be doing me on here sometimes. It likes to cut me, scaring motherfuckers. But yeah, so you know, I had a lot of things to say when we're talking about. We're obviously not talking about single people. We're talking about a woman who is married to. Typically, in today's world, they're both going to work. So the setup for this hypothetical question here that's being asked is maintaining the house as she's going to work. She comes back and she's the only one responsible, doing the chores, doing the dishes, taking out the trash, the yard work, all that kind of stuff. Are we assuming that these people are without children? That is just those two? Because it's a vague question to just lay out like, oh, we're doing chores. Well, it depends on the setup, for real. That's why I asked.
So if
And
they
you're doing your own chores.
if they do got kids, does she get paid to be a babysitter to her own kids?
Paid?
Yeah. What do we mean by paid?
Wait, those children are a gift worth more than a man could ever pay. So hold on.
Let me make sure that we're all on the same question, right? So the question is, are there chores? And mind you, that this is not something that I came up with. This somebody else introduced me to. So, does the housewife, not the one that goes to work, you know, when the man works and then she comes home and then takes care of everything else? I'm talking about the actual housewife that stays home. So she has no job other than to take care of the house, right? Now, if you're going to throw in a situation to where they may have kids, now my question is, so does she get paid for babysitting her own kids?
The government pays them.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say it really depends on what you're considering, because all of these tasks and duties that we're talking about is an actual people's real life occupations. So,
Yeah, you know, that's why we're talking.
For example, I'm in here and do the dishes and take out the trash and mop the floors and sweep the floors and clean the room, right? I have someone doing that. I could pay for a laundry service where they wash, dry, and fold. I could also pay for someone to watch my child and take care of my child. I could pay for a nanny facility or just a regular old babysitter. So all of those things are for someone to cook food for me, to meal prep for me. I could pay for all of those things. But when it is for yourself, the payment comes in yourself being taken care of. So it's hard to say that any person should be paid to take care of themselves or their family. However, it's dismiss it as labor or as work. To say a man goes out into the world and works laborious than taking care of a child, or like I said, maintaining a home, making me and comforting, right? Making sure the meal is cooked at the end of the night, making sure that the dishes are placed to be in the cabinet, that the food is stored properly and not, going bad. There's right incense is burning, whatever. All that
So
shit
if
is
you had,
still labor.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on, real quick, Nishad. If you had to choose between those two positions, staying at home and do everything you just now said, or going to work, which one would you pick?
I'm going to work. I'm going to work. I'm going to work. I'm going to work.
That's what I wanted to know. Go ahead, Nishad.
I'm outside the world, right? As a person who has done all of these things, right? I've been the single person out in the workforce. I've been the coupled, married person in the work home mom. I've been the single mom, right? I've been all of these different positions, and it is work, my nigga. When I was working out in the workforce, I clock in at a certain time, and then I clock back in, and then I clock out at the final time, and I go home. You don't fucking cuss. You feel what I'm saying? There's no paid breaks. There's no PTO. There's no workers' comp your ass with all that shit. So there's much more on another person when you're out working in the world. But if some shit go down in your idea, and people are not going to have no sympathy for you at all. And if you want to replace, you pay for it. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's hard to say, like, okay, well, wife deserves nothing because that's her job. But at the same time, if she was a single woman, wouldn't be getting anything for doing all those chores. It would be up to her to do it anyway. So.
What was you gonna ask, Nasai? That's a good point.
I guess just being a single person, the question being posed to just two single individuals who don't have children kind of makes it like I feel very cut and dry, like what should be going on. Like if it's negotiated that she's a housewife and that she doesn't need to have income, then fine, that's great. That's what negotiated. I already put my opinion out there that if she's sitting at home and she's not cultivating or increasing something, then it's kind of like, what are we really doing here? But the sentiments kind of spoken by the young lady kind of just like made me feel again what I was saying about people in general. A lot of people are not getting in relationships for any particular reason. And I think that like be the downfall for it, because this mention of children, like I carry my son around like in like a little hiking pack all day with like my ukulele and like all our gear, right? It's probably like 50, 60, 70 pounds I'm carrying on my back all day with him. But it's like the burn and the pain that I feel from that, it's like, it's actually a blessing. It's something that I want to do. So like even people's mindsets, because some comments were made about like not being able to clock out and things like that. People's mindsets towards what the reality of things are isn't often present when they're making decisions to move forward into a relationship. So like I said, ultimately, if you're not trying to have children, and maintain a family household, there's absolutely no need to cohabitate. There's no need to have someone cleaning your pad, because ultimately any form of help we get or getting from another person is giving them, in sense, some power, over you, because they're taking care of that thing. So I feel it's best until people decide like, hey, what I actually want to do right now is have children, and I've thought about it, not to get in a relationship. Because otherwise you're going to deal with all these other certain dynamics, because there's no real goal other than, I guess, people enjoying themselves and having their best life or whatever. But when you at least have a goal, or at least have a business or something that you are building, there's something greater than or outside of yourself that can be focused upon, because people get in their feelings, people get in their emotions, people will decide they want to change the contract and all these different things because
Right.
there's no real vision in place.
Starts off as a 50-50 split, then it become a 75-25, and then you know what I'm saying? Like I definitely see what you're saying as far as that, goes. It's like you do have to sacrifice a piece of yourself to incorporate somebody else into your whole, environment or your circle or whatever. So
Right.
I see what
And
you're saying.
that was a good point because that kind of segued into the next topic that that we got about who if we have to choose, and please everybody just please know that we're just throwing out topics. If we had to choose between who benefits more from being in this relationship,
Man or woman?
yeah, man or woman, who benefits more?
Whoever has the best game.
Hey, wait. So are you saying the one, like, if we talking about contracts, are you saying the one that owns 51% of the contract versus the 49%?
It's not about ownership, it's about control.
Same thing.
Control is ownership.
Absolutely not, because one of the laws of power is own nothing, control everything. I can control something without owning it.
I feel corrected. I ain't gonna hold you. You corrected me just now. That's a rare thing. We got.
So it's everything's a negotiation, and someone might feel like you ever you ever got sold something you thought you got a good deal or you thought you got over on the person, but then you come to find out that you overpaid.
I said corrected. I ain't even gonna argue with that.
Oh no, I'm just giving examples. But it's just kind of one of those things where it's like people don't be in the frame of mind that I need to negotiate here, because like I said, I don't know. People are not I guess consciously.
Would you say the negotiation is a part of the control factor?
What do you mean?
I'm negotiating how much control I will have over you or the situation or whatever that may be.
Well, there's perceived control and there's actual control. So that's why I say it comes down to the game.
And there's different types of power as well. You have the power that is the power of influence.
Right.
So there's those who are making the shots. They're making, then, like y'all spoke about it earlier, their muses. What influenced them to make those calls? That influence over the shot caller would really be the one to be in that situation or the most power in that situation. And women are more likely to have power, while men are more likely to have an authoritative power.
It's kind of like a thing too, like sometimes like the strongest man in the kingdom is not the king; it's the king's right hand.
Because it's like you can. I think maybe that's what you was leaning towards when you said this, as far as like getting a good deal, but actually not getting a good deal, right? So like you can be the person in control, but not really the person in control, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? So that whole control factor is kind of a trick, because it's like I could put you in control, or I could make you the control person in a sense, but me doing that is me actually being the control person. You know what I'm saying? And I'm getting what I want out of you by you maintaining this control. You know what I'm saying? So,
women do that shit all the time when they let the man be the man. Women get that shit down to a science.
Right.
Niggas don't know that. Niggas like, yeah, hell yeah, nigga, I check my bitch all the time.
And they also know how to take it away, though.
For real though. You think you done got away with some shit, man.
Yeah. I know that women talk. So Nashai, that's what I said. You were absolutely right when you said what you said, because I get it. That shit makes sense.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. So if we're going to say, well, you already kind of said it. So at this point in time, there's no male-female situation. It's just about who allows the most to happen, I guess, for the greater good.
Right. Most people look at it at a financial standpoint, which is why a lot of times people say like the woman's coming up, because typically if it's a married breakup, the woman's kind of coming out on top. But there's all kinds of dynamics of influence, control, and power that are existing inside the relationship other than money. I mean, sometimes a male or female might attach themselves to the opposite sex or whatever, to a person, right, in a relationship, to increase their personal image, you know, and be willing to will be willing to subjugate themselves under the person and give that
Just for
person
the
a
image.
right. And that person thinks they have power, but really, you know, they are being controlled by your submission in a sense.
Right.
Woo, that's hey,
That was
that
bar.
is reverse psychology 101.
Yeah, exactly.
Also called female nature. I don't know. My opinion. My opinion. My opinion.
Hey, because you got to think though, like as a man, that would be like one of the biggest things is the control, right? Or the structuring of darkness, right? Or chaos or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Now,
Right.
on the flip end, that's where the woman would come in because she could for surely manipulate her own energy as far as how it gets structured.
Right.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, okay, now, with all this being said, does that make it a 50-50 split?
See, that's what I'm asking.
Honestly, like the more we talk about this, like I'm inclined to say if you're joined with one person, if you're joined to another person, there's probably not in actuality a split. Because you're joined energetically or
Okay, I
financially.
see. I can
Yeah,
rock
yeah,
with
no,
that.
that makes sense.
Yeah, I can rock with that.
Because
I
you
can
just
rock with
won
that.
at that point in time.
Right.
Yeah.
And nigga,
And then-
however y'all move is however y'all, you know what I'm saying, end up moving.
Now, some people won't like being the foot or the hand or, you know, the pinky, you know, and that be the thing, you know, about it. And they try to they want to remove themselves from the body, so to speak, which is painful for both parties, you know. But and when I'm with someone, for me personally, I'm not like, yeah, there's things I want, you know, for myself personally as a man. But we were kind of speaking on things like a way for a woman to get some type of control or influence over me would to be do just that, is to submit. Because that's the only, you know, that is the only thing that will make me even want to consider anything that she has to say. Period. You know, that's just me personally.
I think you're giving up too much game right now in the show.
Oh. Well, I mean,
I think you're giving up too much game. Hey, but I love it though.
Right.
He in his bag right now, and I agree with everything that you're saying right now because it makes mathematical sense like a motherfucker.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, so out of the way, I'm so sorry.
Comments is going.
Everybody that's in the chat,
Yes, sir. We got Fred in the building.
shout out
Peace
Kachina,
to the God.
Krishna,
Krishna in the building. Peace to the God.
Tiki Wooler.
Tiki Wooler.
I'm not sure who that is, but shout out to you for tapping in.
hey, peace be upon everybody.
Fred in the building to the bro was popping. We got Brittany just now signed on, was popping.
Let's pop in.
We just shooting this relationship shit right now. We ain't you know.
Relationship shit. What was the other one? It was kind of synonymous to what that last one was, as far as
I'm pulling it up right now. So it's it says who out of the man or the woman, and this is just an open-end question, like, you know what I mean? Out of the man or the woman, who has it easier if we have to choose? Who has it easier to find a good mate? The men have access to do men have more access to great women, or do women have more access to great men?
Okay, well, I'm
Women
gonna
have
answer
more.
the first question. Men definitely benefit more in relationship. Two,
Hold on,
men
wait.
definitely.
No, you gotta expound on that.
Yeah, you gotta expound on that. Go ahead,
On that.
hit the 1 and 2, and then jump back to the 1.
Yeah.
Wow, Sway. We need to know.
Okay, and this is again just being a woman. I'm coming with a little bit of expertise, and when I was a single woman, I did not experience the world the same way as being a partnered woman, an ability to do what I want when I want, how I wanted, were then restricted and limited. Male partners necessarily didn't have that same restriction. They didn't have that same limitation. Out to the club at night with their friends and, you know, dress however they wanted to dress. I mean, just in night by his fucking self, however he looks, and feel safe. So a woman, a relationship is almost it's like a necessity in a sense, whereas for a man it's like a, so I feel like because there is a necessity for some women, most women, we get into our relationships, into our partnerships, because we are at greater loss if we lose. And that's mostly just because of the aspect of having children.
Oh,
I believe
more than anything
that,
else.
I kind of believe that a lot of women don't understand the fact that a man having a woman with him is inherently dangerous because of the world we kind of live in, the socialization and civilization. But having a woman is inherently dangerous. Having a desirable woman is even more inherently dangerous and comes with all kind of factors. Like your life is literally just endangered by having a woman. And so when I kind of hear these comments about, men are making it off better because once again, this childbirth thing was mentioned, I can't agree with that, because the woman is getting protected. The woman is getting provided
From
for.
men.
If all things
From
are,
other
if all
men.
things are, the men,
The danger
she
is
said
men.
from other men.
we're
Yes,
dangerous
but
from
the
other
danger
men.
is still men. So a man risks danger from other men
Of
when he's
other men.
with a woman, right? And
Period.
a woman risks danger from those same other men, whether she's with someone.
How do you
Generally,
how do
I
you
believe
figure?
generally. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Even just based
No,
off of what Nasiah is saying, right? Because if the danger in both those scenarios, right, with the presence of the woman is always in her own present mind, right? But a man doesn't face those same dangers if he's single. He only is facing he's with a woman, a desirable one at that. If that's
Being
how
a
I'm
man, being a
understanding
man,
what.
no, being a man is 1,000 times more dangerous than being a woman. We are the first to be killed. We're the first to be discarded. We're the first to
Right.
be
And so you
marginalized.
don't feel, do
So
you
adding a
feel then
woman to
that
that,
being with a woman as a man, because you are now spending more of your time with her, keeping her safe, keeping, you have more forethought to be pressed because of this other person? Or do you feel like that doesn't exist? You don't give a fuck about your bitch?
no, I don't
if
feel it.
I was just gonna say, if there's kids are we talking about if there's kids involved or just in general?
Well, let's talk
Just a man and woman,
let's
no
talk
Yeah,
about
children.
we
Just a
got to
man
talk
and a
two
about
woman.
different
this man and woman
scenarios.
at this point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just one man and one woman, no child.
Right.
I hear what the sister's saying about women also having an inherent danger being alive. But what women can actually do is call random men to their aid at any whim, at any given time. They can beep, 12 Captain Save It, you know what, are going to show up. So, a man don't got that kind of backup. We out here in these streets alone.
Okay, but we're not talking about you being alone. We're talking about you being in a relationship.
My woman not gonna fight. If I get in a fight, my
In
woman
a
better run.
relationship.
Hold on, no. If we get in a fight, if I get in a fight with someone,
no, wait,
my
hold
woman
on your
can't fight.
answer. Can I give my answer? Can I
Hey, I'm gonna
expound
send
upon
you the
my
link right
answer?
now, Brittany. I'm about to send the link right now, Brittany.
Shia.
Yeah,
So
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off, sis. Go ahead.
My reasoning for saying that in the statistics, right? Men who are partnered live longer, better, right? Their entire quality of life increases, their health increases, their become a lot safer. So to me, I see that as a benefit. It's happening because the lifestyle, again, like I said earlier, the influence of that on that man in his life. Now we
No
can say that
disrespect.
women also benefit from talking about any children being involved. These are two infertile
No,
motherfuckers, and
no
they just live
disrespect
together
intended.
for. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, no disrespect intended, but it's not the actual woman that's doing that. It's the man's decision to be more careful in life because he has something that he cares about. It has nothing really to do with a woman.
But
a man will be more
would he
careful.
make
A
that
man will be
decision
more
without
careful
her
in his
present?
life. Absolutely, because
If
if a man has a purpose,
is single and he's not starts eating right with the woman, you're saying that that's not her influence. That was his choice.
that's his choice. Because hold on, this is my
If
personal
he's
thing.
trying to stay with the woman, then
Yeah,
you would have
that's
to
his
make
choice.
certain sacrifices, and you know what I mean, like to cater to that other half. I do see, like, if you by yourself, like, nigga, you could be running amok in a sense. Like, you got all this different freedom. You could slide. You could be putting yourself in all types of danger, but you don't have nothing. You're not like, what is there to protect? It's just me. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I do got somebody there that I need to be looking out for and all of that type of stuff, then I can see, like, yeah, I'm gonna put myself first to protect my family. That's why I asked, like, is kids involved and all of that type of stuff? Because if not, then you just by yourself. But then I can see it I can see it from this angle too. Like, if man and women are by themselves, a woman can get taken advantage of way easier than a man on a physical scale.
That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? So
That's not true. Women are equally as dangerous and lethal as men.
I'm not. What you mean? As far as what?
In any situation, do you want to take care of someone, you send a woman.
Take care of somebody in what sense? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about just like as far as physical or any type of manipulation or damage that you want to be done to an individual, you send a woman.
I understand what you're saying on that part, but in the
They lethal, bro. They lethal.
world, I understand that.
I see what. Yeah, I can get that, but
scenario. Nah, what, like, men are more capable of defending themselves, and I'm not to disrespect women, but just
now
by
if you was to say,
force,
now if you said a woman defending her children, and it might be a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm talking about just singularly men and women, look, Valley Uno
I mean, wait, are you talking about just a man and a woman in a room alone? Or are you talking about in public? Because we're talking about in public, a woman is always pretty much safe.
Yeah, somebody's gonna look like, you feel me? But I'm talking about taking advantage of. That's the thing that I'm talking about. You know what I mean? In a certain situation where there's no help to aid. You get what I'm saying?
And once again, to say in one breath that women need to be the next breath to say that we're the most safe is crazy to me.
How?
Anyway, what was that
How
second
is that
question?
crazy? There's program. Hold on. Look, I'm a single father. Let me tell you something about single fathers. We are the least helped demographic in society, period. There are not programs for single fathers. There's not even, a lot of times there's not even housing or homeless shelters and things for single fathers because they're domestic violence shelters or women run. You understand? So for you to say that women aren't being catered to and taken care of this society is a front, because there's a Statue of Liberty.
I didn't say any of those words.
I mean, I'm just saying, how you're not the safest when the safety net is created for women.
Damn. I mean,
well, that kind of took it a different way. It's still there, but it's kind of like,
I mean,
what we
bro,
saying,
come on.
If we're gonna talk, if we're gonna bring the system into this.
I'm not even talking about just the system. I'm talking about society as a whole. If I go out and I need help as a man, it's 1,000 times harder for me to receive any type of help, compared to a woman. Now, I have like this kind of blessing
because women created systems to support men created systems to support themselves. You wouldn't even be saying what you're saying right now.
We do have a system to support ourselves. It used to be economics, but we allowed women to come into that.
This
Sounds
nigga's on
like
fire.
an excuse.
This man is on fire.
As I'm like,
I'm not
hey,
playing. I'm not
Hey,
playing.
I'm not saying you're right or wrong.
yeah, I can't say nothing. Like,
You know, because then we
I
would
wish
have
I
the
had a
housewife,
button I
right?
could hit.
Well,
You know what I'm
then there
saying?
would be this question about housewife, right? Because the men will make the money, the woman will run the home, and everyone will be satisfied.
Men would be satisfied.
Women, so now you're trying to act like all our foremothers were just completely unsatisfied with not participating in economics. You're acting like every woman that existed and for all these generations that brought us to this very moment in time, they weren't satisfied. That's ridiculous as well.
I mean, you're making a lot of
What
blatant
points?
statements in my
No, they're not
direction.
blanket. I'm just not. I'm only responding to your comments, but my responses are generalized.
Okay, but
All right, about
I'm not
everyone.
speaking generally. So I would like for you to respond to
Well,
my
I don't want to speak
specific.
directly to you because I don't. We only met one time. I only, we only met the one time in person. I don't want to speak directly to you. I don't know you like that.
Well, that works. We speak to each other respectfully.
I'm not. I don't have to. I'm not disrespecting you. I didn't call you out your name, but I am allowed to. I am allowed to say a particular thought process or idea I don't agree with, or I can disregard. That's not disrespectful,
And
to call
that's
out
mad valid. That's mad valid. All I'm saying is that conversation that you're having is not, you're responding to statements I'm not even making. So
well, you
in order
said
to have a cohesive, let's keep it to what I'm actually saying and not the generalized statements being made by me.
That's fair. I think that's fair.
Oh, I would. My only response to that would be, because I agree with what she's saying, but a lot of times people will make comments, and it's not what they're saying; it's what they're not saying. When people make comments like,
What?
when people make comments like, how could I say?
That's a fact.
When people make comments, how could I say women are the safest, right? And then that's not right or that's not correct. Well, I'm gonna start putting all the general things out there about how, in that particular question, women are the safest. So it wasn't like directed at anyone. Everyone's watching, and probably a lot of people think or would say the same things. And I'm just responding with, what I know.
Hey, look, I respect your opinions.
What I want to say this.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Phil.
Just real quick, because I see that we have a lot of different women in the chat.
Yeah, I sent the women in the chat. Every one of y'all. My bad, real quick. So if I send all of y'all the link, so if y'all want to tap in, y'all got the freedom to do that.
Pull it up, ladies.
Yeah,
Pull
right.
it up.
Pull it.
Yeah, I sent.
Because my question to y'all is: do y'all feel like women are safer than men in this society, or vice versa? Now, I will say this, just from observing, you know what I mean? When it comes to like a lot of different killings and shit, it's a lot of men. It's a young men, grown men. You know what I mean? Like, we don't see a lot of, like, when it comes to the street shit, like people dying. I don't want to say like prematurely, but when they make their transition, there's a lot more men, it seems like, than it is women, especially when it comes to police brutality, just a lot of different systematic stuff. Men are definitely at the forefront of that type of danger. When you get pulled over as a female, I think the only one that I know of that has some crazy shit like that was what's her name? Brittany Garner, I believe. You know what I mean? Outside of that, I haven't seen too many other women like getting in certain altercations on that type of time where they losing their life or they getting into, you know what I mean? Yeah, I see the videos where the females is getting into fights and getting jumped and all that type of stuff, but they get jumped by other women. You know what I'm saying? Just on that type of time. I don't know where she went. Oh no, that's Krishna. Okay. What's up with Krishna?
Oh yeah, I thought. Oh, okay, did she tap out? Or step out? I don't want to say tap out because that just seems wrong, but yeah.
Hey, Valley Uno said a good point. He said, I think women are more vulnerable to danger, but men are more likely to find themselves in a dangerous situation.
Yeah, because that's how we live. That's how
a
we
good
live.
point. That was a great point.
That's a good point.
You know, and women are usually pretty intuitive and know how to avoid, these type of situations that may be dangerous for them. What I found is us as men, because we are less agreeable by nature, we kind of tend to feel like we're going to have it our way, and that's when we find ourselves in these different spots.
Okay, real quick. So for everybody who's looking for the link, it's literally in the comments, and I'm seeing it right now. So, if you want to pull up. There's no excuses. It's there.
I'll send it to you if I got you.
Yeah, I sent it to everybody personally, but that's the link right there for sure.
Okay.
And I can see it, so I'm pretty sure everybody else can see it. So it's in the comments.
Laptop. About to get on this. Hold on, yeah.
I had to pop in here right quick. Y'all and this motherfucker wilding like this shit crazy. I'm gonna sit back for now though, but I just wanted to pop in on this one.
What's up with the guy, man?
Man, I'm chilling, man. I'm just observing. I'm just soaking up the ism right now. Y'all niggas.
All right. Yeah, shout out to the chat, man. All this feedback is much appreciated for sure.
Super appreciated.
Get it in, man. We going crazy. Let's go.
Shout out to Miss Divine. We got to Empress Divine. We gotta.
Man,
she comes in a lot to bust her gun for the women. So we definitely have to
I don't know.
At least give her that respect for that dynamic, because other than that, we'll just be men talking amongst men. And it's cool for women to be in the chat, but sometimes conversations in the chat can be misread or misunderstood. So when you're actually vocalizing your opinions, then it's probably a little bit better for sure.
Right. Definitely.
Yeah, thank you for Miss Divine. And I don't know, maybe she'll give me another shot. We went out one time.
Go ahead, shoot your shit.
Hold on, wait, what?
Shoot your shit, then.
Hold on, wait, what? Y'all okay?
You kind of see what our dynamic was.
I'm like, wait,
Hey,
maybe something.
Yeah, he said something earlier, then I was just like, oh, I didn't know that, but y'all keep talking.
I mean, it's been a while. You see, we kind of bump heads, but I thought she was cool when we met. It's just, it might be some friction.
Yeah, I gotta get some understandings across first.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Nah, she cool.
Yeah, this is Free Your Mind podcast. We also do love connections. We do taxes.
Dates, all types of shit, man.
All the shit.
You can make your proposal on the show.
But yeah, I did not know that. So that's why. Okay, I like y'all exchange. Y'all lit. Okay, I get it. But that only just allows you guys to be honest with the spill. Like, you know what I mean? There's no capping because you guys know each other. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh, shoot. She like that 100. I'll tell you that. She got no, yeah. She gonna tell you what she feel, and she got good thoughts. She got a great mind, So
yeah, definitely. Yeah. She said, "Y'all lucky I have to take an emergency BFF call. I'll be back." Okay, so she said she pulling up in the shy. She said she wants all the smoke. But no. So Krishna, now that we got you in the building, is he active? Are you active right now, Krishna?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So did you want to speak on the previous topics or just the most current one that we're talking about right now?
I'm with talking about whatever. You know what I'm saying? We can get into all of that shit, but y'all, with this conversation specifically, draw me in right now because y'all going in. It's some important shit. So I'm just listening right now. But if y'all want to talk about anything, you know what I'm saying? I'm here.
Got you. So I'm gonna just ask this one real quick while we got you here. Who been? Well, damn, dude. I don't want to. Damn. Well, we could just go from where we're at right now. If we had to pick in between who would benefit more by getting in a relationship, would it be the man or the woman? In your opinion, we can shoot this shit right now. There's no right or wrong answer.
To be honest, I feel like if the relationship is balanced, it should be an equal benefit. You feel what I'm saying? Hold up, let me fix my shit. But it should be an equal benefit, which I feel like, you know, each person will have to be contributing to the relationship and the mission of the relationship equally. You feel me? And then it won't have to be like who benefits more. You know, but I get what Nashay was saying when he was basically, I think what he was speaking on was, you know, a situation where the woman is an at-home wife or girlfriend. There is no kids involved, and she's just at home pretty much chilling. You know, I guess you could say taking care of the home. But if you don't have any kids, it's only so much cleaning and cooking that you can do in a day to actually add value to the whole relationship as a whole. Now, if she had kids, 2, 3 kids, she had to raise them and feed them and take care of them, take them to school. That's different. That's a whole nother story because she's still occupied throughout the day.
Right.
But if it's a woman where she just chilling and I'm paying all the bills, I'm providing you, I'm giving you knowledge, wisdom, guidance, take you out, shopping, all of that shit, then it becomes an imbalance in the relationship. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, to answer your question, you know, I want to say who benefits more. If somebody is benefiting more, then it's probably not a balanced relationship. Does that make sense?
No, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Right.
I gotta super. We gotta stop the show. We got Brittany
we gotta
in the
stop
building.
the whole
What's up?
thing.
First time, Brittany.
First
What's
time pulling up.
Yeah.
Hey, nice to see you guys. Super happy to be here. I had to come and help my girl out. Not that she needed help, but just to be a support to she because there was some different points that I feel were being ignored. First of all, and second of all, she was trying to make and was being overtalked and you know things like that. So I just want to come through tonight and be support to my girl, but then the community as a whole because we are a community as a whole. It's not boys versus girls. And I felt like it was boys versus girls. I didn't like that.
Sometimes it get like that. And
It
sometimes
does. So we need some more women.
Yeah. So you know that's why we want you to come on because so we can
Yeah.
help y'all. We don't want it to be a unfair fight. Like you know what I mean. We want to
Yeah.
get that balance popping for sure.
Right. There was something I was trying to get in. There was a question that my brother asked right here. Something along the lines like, who's more in harm, the men versus the women? Like something along those lines. And I'm going to say this. First of all, none of us are safe. No one in our community is safe on any level, spiritually, intellectually, physically, what may have you it. None of us are safe, first of all. Then to hear you brothers say, oh, you women this, you get this, that, this, and the third, and we don't get that and that. That seems like jealousy stuff getting thrown. It's really weird. I would like to hear, hold on, let me say my piece. Sure. I would like to hear, oh yeah, I'm proud of you sisters getting those things for yourselves. And we need to do that for us too. It should be that more conversation versus, oh, this and that. Oh, you get this, you get that, and I need that, and I need you to submit. I need you to stand down. I hate the way you're being big, woman. I hate that you're being big, woman. Sit down, be submissive to me. There's one thing, we're always submissive. That's why we pray for you. We get on our knees and pray for you. We're submissive to all of you. What more submission would you like, sir? And I'm speaking to you specifically next to me.
Nashaya, okay, peace. Hey, Brittany, it's nice to meet you.
Oh, no, names.
I hear what you're saying. I guess I want to maybe clarify some of the statements that I was making.
You don't have to clarify anything. And don't speak around the bush. You already made it clear. Say what you said and mean what you say.
Well, apparently you don't understand because you're coming from me some type of animosity right now when we're just meeting.
No, animosity.
Okay. Well, you know. Well, am I free to speak how I want to speak, or do I have to speak how you tell me to speak?
You always have been.
Okay, so I'll talk around any bushes I want then. But like I was saying,
they can burn too. I can
the
burn them like
the women I'm talking about, all right, are what I would probably actually, because we're mentioning the system and the government, and actually I made some other comments earlier on Woon has said, hey, do women get paid to such and such their kids? I was like, the government pays them, right? And so
all men get paid higher at any job, higher than any woman. So continue.
I let you speak uninterrupted, miss.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I will be quiet, but let's keep that in mind. Like, we're not going to act like men don't have favor amongst against women as well. We're not going to do that here. Like, women, oh, you just get all this and that.
Actually, my true belief, if you actually understand my true belief, is that women actually are awesomely more powerful than men in reality. That is my actual true belief. I believe a woman is actually stronger in most ways in the physical reality than men. And that's why it's important as for women to submit to men, because you can very easily destroy a man with a word. Okay, so I think maybe you misunderstand what I feel about women because I'm highlighting.
But when you say submit, no, I want to clarify what you mean submit. Then I guess that's where I'm getting a miscommunication.
Cooperation.
So what do you submit? Cooperation and submit is two different things. We cooperate. Hold on.
I'm answering your question.
I'm not done with my question.
What's your question so I can answer it?
Thank you. So I guess I need more. So I understood everything you said. Agree with you. I guess what I'm asking is, what I'm confused on is, what more submission would you like personally for women in your life? What does submit mean? Submit, and then now you bring up the word cooperation. Cooperation and submission is two different things.
Well, I'll start with typically women only approach me for protection, guidance, and sustenance. And so if they're approaching me for these things, it requires that they cooperate with what I'm doing. And if they become uncooperative, then they don't deserve these things, especially if they approach me.
What type of women? Well, you need to. Okay. Okay.
And in this sense, we're actually talking about the type of woman who wants to be a housewife, who's what we're actually talking about. You know?
No, hold on, but. First of all, woman is a housewife anyway. Even if she decides to go get a career, she's the housewife first and foremost. When it's time for the kids to get fed, put to bed, it's her, not you.
Well, we see how that's been turning out.
You're out worrying about her being submissive. She can't be submissive because she got kids to take care of. And then you want your daughters to go be submissive so she can't take care of her kids?
Submissive to who? The person who's paying to me?
That's what you said, not me.
So maybe I'm lost because I'm confused about. And maybe you should allow me to clarify things. So before you told me you didn't want to clarify anything, but really,
someone else take the mic.
Like I kind of explained it here. I explained it here pretty I think thoughtfully.
No, I'm pretty sure that you don't know. Because strong woman, so you don't understand the difference between that a real woman is always cooperative, always submissive, and always strong. That's a woman.
Okay, is a real woman required to do that to every man?
I'm not done.
I'm asking a question. I asked you, is a real woman required to be that?
All right, wait, hold on, real quick, because I had to. I'm sorry. But we can't do this. We can't. There's no way we're gonna be able to get through a conversation like this. You know what I mean? Like, we got to be able to respect. If you say something and you're done with your statement, let the other person speak until they're done with their statement, and then we could have a back and forth dialogue. Because it's kind of hard to hear both of y'all to keep it all the way as solid. You know what I mean? Because it's you know what I mean? So. I'm just throwing it out there real quick so we can have some sort of constraint, please. That's all I'm asking, because I don't want to have to mute people for real. You know what I mean?
Right.
Let's just, keep it.
Probably got to start putting time limits on how long each person can speak. Like, yo, you got 2 minutes, go. You know what I'm saying? All right, you got 2 minutes.
I don't even want to have to do that because it's for your mind. You know what I mean? You just got to have that constraint.
Keep it on here for 30 minutes, and now when I speak, we're muting me. Anyone can talk. I'm done.
No, like I said, I did that in a way as far as so everybody can get their point across, because it's a lot of bickering right now. You know what I mean?
Well, he was talking for 30 minutes or so before I ever chimed in, so I had a lot to respond to. So my apologies.
Yeah, no, you good. We just gotta like if you say something that triggers a thought in his mind, and you kind of conclude what you say,
I
then
was
just
in the middle of speaking, and he interrupts.
okay.
That's a lie.
Okay.
I don't appreciate her lying on the stream right now. I don't appreciate
okay.
that.
So what? Oh, all right. Let's do this real quick.
You
So, Brittany,
we can watch the recording.
Hey, we can mediate.
Don't watch the recording.
Hold on, wait, real quick.
Oh, he is. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna pause.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
Oh, real quick. So, Brittany, you said that there were some things that you wanted to speak to that you had to bring up that we already got past that Nashaya said.
No, I don't want to bring anything up. I want my brother in the right-hand corner who I respect so much, who always has great input to bring to the table. Maybe he has something to say, and I would like to hear that. And just take a pause.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Floor is yours.
You got it, Nashaya?
Oh, I'm to her right. I guess on my screen, I'm to her left. My fault.
Well, you're to my left. My brother up in the right-hand corner drinking his blue cup.
Yeah, I thought she was talking about, because she never intended to hearing, or wanted to understand what I was saying.
This is what I thought. I thought you was talking about Nashaya because you initially addressed Nashaya.
I didn't get to. No. If he has anything more, he will. I was in the middle of that's the whole thing. Once I got muted, I was in the middle of a question, so I wasn't being rude. It was rude when he interrupted me. So I was in the middle of a statement after a question. So with that being said, if the brother to the left of me would like to say something more, Messiah, feel free. I would like to hear to the brother to the right top corner of mine, who usually has a lot more value to bring to the table.
Thank you for the disrespect. I appreciate you. All the hate is love, and I love it.
So did you get the understanding that you was looking for, Brittany, when you said that you want to address some things?
No. He's a bullshitter. He said he's gonna beat around any bush he wants. That's bullshit. Like he's talking about I'm disrespectful. Like your whole content and the way you come at people is like very condescending, very ooh woo, ooh woo, ooh woo. I don't like those types of shit.
I can appreciate your dislike for the way that I communicate with people, but I can only be myself.
No, the way you communicate with me, first of all, and I don't like it, and it's very disrespectful. I don't know if you know who I am, but you need to. And the next time you speak, I'm Brittany. No, my name is Britt Billions. And you need to talk to me with some respect. You talk to no woman on this platform with respect. Talk about it.
I match energy.
Oh,
no, you ain't got nobody's energy. I don't know who you think you are, my nigga.
Hey,
I'm passing the mic.
Thank you. We got to bring it back to where it was at, right?
Right.
I know. Hey, I know. Brittany is she is direct with how she speaks, and trust me, I speak to Brittany on the regular all the time. So it's just like you just got.
I can appreciate her, her disdain for, my thought process or how I put things across. She's her own individual, and I don't disrespect that. But
here you go again with the roundabout conversation. You ain't addressing shit. Roundabout, I appreciate that.
You said
I asked you specific questions, told you specific shit, and you never addressed anything.
I believe if we watch the stream
back, you haven't addressed shit.
Please if
you got a question,
Messiah, you got the floor. Address.
I don't. Apparently, I don't. Because every time
you got it.
You got it, bro. You got it for sure. You got it. Go ahead.
No. I believe the last question that I tried to answer, and where the conversation devolved, and I was interrupted mid-answer, was she was asking me to define submission.
Right.
And then I explained, cooperation, and but from there, the floor went out. If she wants to actually understand me, then she'll find me offline or something like that. But I don't care to have.
Again, around the bout, that was your cue to explain submission and cooperation. That was your cue.
But she's displaying the complete opposite of right now, so everyone knows the definition.
I'm not submitting to you.
But you should submit to the host of the show. You should submit to the host of the show.
That's why no woman ever submitted to you, because the way you speak to women.
The host of the show asked for discourse to be done in a way where people weren't interrupted. But you don't even submit to the person who actually allowed you on their platform. So that
I did submit to him. I always submit to him, and I respect him, and that's why I gave the mute button allowed and everything.
Well, hey, Joshua, Woon, I want your content to be able to continue. So I'm just gonna say peace, y'all. I love y'all. Have a good night.
Yeah, I can handle the truth and answering the questions. So that's that.
Okay.
Well, man.
All right. That
just went so left.
Yeah, that went way
and
left.
You think because of
Hey, Krishna.
Honestly, because of
I'm not saying because of anybody.
And I will be quiet. Like because of
Hey, let's do this. Let's do this. If anybody, because we have topics that we're talking about. We're not talking about the actual messengers. We're talking about the message, right? So let's not even worry about how it's being delivered. Let's worry about what's being stated and whatever how we respond to it. I think that'll be the best solution.
So what was my sister's name? That was I'm sorry to interrupt you. What was the woman's name here at the beginning?
Empress Divine.
Empress Divine. He was going back and forth with her 30 minutes before I ever came to. This was my first time coming here. I've been invited many a times. While he's talking about I'm allowed here this time. Never seen him before, never heard of him. So anyway, with that being said, Empress Divine was going back and forth with him over and over, and he just kept beating around the bush, doing the same thing that he was doing with me. Saying really disrespectful things with no factual. He was dropping things with no facts behind it. Like he was saying, black men this, drop some facts. One thing about Benet will give you percentages. Oh boy who loves the Holy Bible. He will give you some percentages. We need some facts here. You're just keep on going around beating. And then told us he's gonna beat around whatever bush he would like. So excuse me, I'm the wrong one.
I think, can I say something?
I'm asking literal questions of what he said.
Okay.
I feel like it was the way that y'all was communicating with each other. Like to me personally, it could have been a lot more peaceful and just respectful the way y'all went back and forth. But can I have a respectful conversation with you? What's your name, Brittany?
Yes, sir. What's your name?
What's your name? My name is Krishna. So I just want to give you, I want to ask you something just based on how I perceived that interaction, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know you. This is my first time really seeing you.
Of course, and I've seen you before on the platform, so I totally respect you. When I was saying the person to the right, I would like to hear them speak. You, whom are I speaking of? So of course,
I appreciate. I didn't know that at first, but I appreciate it. But from my perspective, correct me if I'm wrong, or let me just ask you this, because it seemed like some of the things that Nishay said, even though the way he came off might have been, I don't know, like aggressive or blunt. I would just call it blunt. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask you this though.
I was blunt too.
Y'all both were blunt. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes it's hard for two blunt people to interact with each other. Like that shit just go left. You dig what I'm saying? But from my perspective, I feel like men who have the ideologies that he had, he's not the first type of man that you interacted with those type of thought forms before.
He
right?
didn't make clear his ideologies.
No, I'm asking you though, like before you spoke to him, you probably already had a dislike for dudes who think like him.
It wasn't. There's nothing. Hold on.
I'm just asking. I'm asking the question.
No, man, I'm about to answer your question.
All right.
So I don't have a dislike. I have no liking at all, dislike, whatever. I have no emotional context with what he's saying. However, I am passionate when I speak for women. Period.
Right. Right. So, the way you reacted to things that he said, it made, to me, from my perspective, it seemed like you have a strong, I don't maybe disliking the right
word. For me, it began that more personal.
You're opposed to that thought form completely.
As far as being submissive as a woman, no.
Okay, not that. I would say specifically, what did he say? That could you say he was being disrespectful? Maybe it was the piece where he said that life is more dangerous for men than it is for women. Was that it? Like, I'm trying to figure out.
No, actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because that was actually what I wanted to speak about and why I asked Woon to allow me to come on the platform. Okay. So to say it's more dangerous for men than women, I'm not a man. I don't know what is dangerous like for a man. Let me first say for that. And then let me also say, I have a husband getting out of prison in 2 weeks who's been in there for 8 years. It's a dangerous game coming along. You know, definitely. I don't understand the mind of a man. However, when you speak about what's more dangerous for a man or a woman, I have a son and a daughter, and I'm a woman raising both of them. It's dangerous for me at all times. Even when it comes to my husband, I am at danger at every time, because they could take my husband away at any second and give those attributes he was talking about, the welfare, this and that and all that. Yeah, it's given to us in quarters because they took our husbands away. So to speak about who's more at harm, I think and the reason I can say that is from experience.
Right, but when you say you're more at harm, you're speaking about you specifically. You're not talking about women.
I'm talking about women being victimized, because what I felt like is, so the interaction why I got left. So now, I'm able to, so thank you for your questions, because now it's making me able to communicate why I got frustrated with him.
Right, that's what I'm trying to understand.
Yes, okay, so now I'm able to communicate that. So thank you. First of all, Black women, my God, like, you are our sons. We birthed you. So to say to be submissive, goddamn, first of all, we've been submissive to everything. And then we have to be strong and hard and to hold on and take care of our children. Hold on. And then to be submissive, we're already submissive. You know, so what submissive more were you looking for? That's why I was asking for his definition, because maybe his definition of being submissive is different from mine.
Right. Well, he said cooperative is his definition of submissive.
No, meaning cooperation. That's what I'm telling you. That's two different things.
But that's what he said his definition of submissive is.
He said and. He said submission and cooperate. He said and. He said and.
Maybe we heard two different. I'm just telling you from what I heard, and I thought I was paying attention quite.
I was clearly. He said like and.
When you asked him, what do you mean by submission? He said cooperation.
Well, he said and cooperate. He said submission and cooperation, and what he meant was cooperation, and that's why I began to further ask, well, what type of women did you deal with? And when I was asking that, that's when we got tussled with conversation. Forgive me for getting frustrated. I played a part in that. But that's what I was trying to get. Okay, even with cooperation meaning, maybe so we have to understand people's different perspectives and things, as well as cooperation, as far as they're going to go. So what's my cooperation with yours? And that's where you become, and we're talking about relationships, right? That's where you choose your person, however you're willing to cooperate with one another.
Right. So you agree
The
that
woman,
the true definition
the
of
woman
success.
herself is going to be submissive and cooperative in nature.
Well, you do understand that some women are just totally not cooperative, right? Like all women aren't cooperative.
Well, those are the women that we call demons.
Right. Okay.
And
Well,
those are the women who go out or are in the world. There are
right.
women who are in their bodies, who are in their minds, who are in the books. So then we're talking about what women are we talking about? You know. So then
Right.
it's
Right.
so
Okay.
if you're in a relationship with that type of woman, why are we
Right.
talking about that? That's not a
You're right.
relationship. That's your bit. You need to get out of relationship.
And honestly, I think that's what he was kind of alluding to, basically
Yeah, well,
saying
what I
that
was alluding to him was he doesn't have the right type of woman in his life because he wouldn't even have this
that's fair.
conversation.
That's fair. I definitely get that. I wanted to add something else to what you said. You said that, in which I agree with. You said we are y'all sons as women, right? Would you say that it's equally true that women are our daughters?
Of course. And that's why I
Right.
was confused on him speaking about,
I would
oh, you
like
women
to.
have this. You women, hold on, sis. Oh, I'm so glad you came back. I was like, where is she? 1 second, sis. So why him talking about, oh, you women have this, you women have that, I would expect him to say, I'm so proud that the women have this. I'm happy
Right.
or blessed
See,
like
and
women are doing this.
I definitely get it from your perspective, but when he said what he said about when he brought that up as far as what women have, as far as being able to be in a safe situation, you know, basically having the police there to protect you if you need that, basically living in a society where the society kind of
Where are
puts.
the police at protecting me? Who's protecting me?
What do you-
Nobody's protecting me.
Well, if you needed, if you was in it, I'm not, I mean, we don't get it. I get we
No,
black.
no one's
Definitely.
coming.
Hold on,
If I call the police, they're gonna say they can't come right now.
Where do you live at? What state do you stay in?
It doesn't matter where I live at. Right
So
now
you
I live
saying
in
you
Redding,
call the police
California.
if
And
you
right
were
now I live in Redding, California. The police are coming fast. Before I lived in South Sacramento. They're not tripping off a domestic violence case. Women are getting beat up every day in Mac Road. You know, so what?
I mean, I
The
get what
police
you're
are
saying.
there for you. What
I get
type
what
of
you're
women are
saying.
you talking to? This is bullshit. This is
No,
men
I
speaking
hear
for
what you're
women. This
saying,
is men
but I guess
speaking for women.
would you say that again? You
This
said this
is
is men
men
speaking for
speaking
women,
for women. This is your
right?
perspective as a man.
And honestly, I
Hello.
respect that, and that's why these type of conversations is important, so that we
Yeah,
can get this shit from y'all perspective. Because from our perspective, you know, we live in
we're
a
good.
society where if we see, like I know me and my homies, if we see a female or a woman, you know, getting into an altercation where it's getting physical, niggas is gonna go in and protect her. You
Well,
know what I'm saying?
we're protected by
So
you guys, but not
what
the
you saying?
police. He said the
Right.
police. Yeah,
Right. Well, I was using that as an example too, because in
yeah,
some
that's
instances, you know,
different.
and some it depends on the situation, because you can't say the police never protect women, because they do
I'm
sometimes.
not
But it
saying
may
they
be a lot
don't
of
ever,
right.
Excuse me.
but they will if it's to take up down a black man.
Excuse me.
Oh, I didn't even know he came back.
No,
I
What's
do.
Hi.
going on? Wait, before
Yeah, he
before
had
y'all
to come
talk
back,
though,
man. He had to come
I
back.
go ahead and ask y'all. Wait,
Can I ask
before
a
you
question
talk,
real quick?
Real quick, Nishay, before y'all two interact, I'm just asking from me, from Prince Krishna of the universe. You know what I'm saying? Can y'all please have an interaction out of love and peace? Like, what besides all the bullshit and the disagreements, can y'all have a civil conversation as black men and women?
now
Amen to that.
let me
Absolutely.
add to that real quick, because I think that as human beings, the first response that we're going to have is going to be an emotional response, right?
Right.
Absolutely nothing wrong with that. The chaos has to happen in order for order to happen and shit, right? Krishna, you played a part in kind of subsiding the chaos down and shit, right? So now
Right.
Shia sees that chaos kind of coming down. The Shia re-enters into the building. So with that being stated,
Absolutely.
now that you know that's being taken care of, and maybe there was a miscommunication because of the energies. Now,
Yeah, the energies was clashing. My fault.
now I think that we can have, a nice organized, somewhat order of an exchange. This is all information for an understanding.
Yeah, no, I'm not mad at anyone. I'm not mad at you I'm not mad at you, Shia, or anyone. I'm not mad or anything. I just be speaking, and sometimes I get passionate because I really feel this for my women. I have a serious, I have endometriosis. And there's something happening in the community of Black women, in hospitals and stuff where we are not being taken care of. So when you get to talking about women, I get real busy. You know,
lady, stand up.
Yeah, you know. So excuse me.
I think that's kind of what Christian was saying. Like, it might be a trigger for certain things to be said and brought up and things like that, which I understand. Like, everybody has a trigger, right? So if we can kind of, understand that we're all here to understand, then those triggers, should be kind of like, put your gun away. Like, you ain't gotta be
and I move forward with peace. But Shia, can I ask you, Shia, please don't beat around the bush with me. I'm a very straightforward person. And when you say you're gonna beat around every bush, that is offensive to me. And you feel you're a smart individual. I recognize you. I respect you. You're very intelligent. Don't play with me, like, let's be real.
Being real, I only said that because I felt when you were saying, I felt that you were trying to control in which the way I responded by saying that don't beat around the bush. And that was literally the only reason why I catted off like that, because I felt like another entity was trying to violate my sovereignty, so to speak.
Well, you need to heal. You're super petty.
That may be, but I still am due the respect and that we all should be given to be petty at any moment.
Okay,
it's past. It's a past tense thing,
Yeah. Let's move forward.
No, you're fine. He's good.
Let's move forward with the understanding, though.
Yeah.
So
I'm
hopefully,
gonna take my BFF emergency call, and I missed a lot of stuff, but I think this is for me to insert what I want to say in this moment, because it's been something I've been wanting to say. But like, there should be a little bit of structure and order. 3 people on the pod, like, we got 6 mics all at the same time. Everybody immediately say, yeah, but, and then we're cutting that other person off. We're responding emotionally to be finished yet. How you know what you gonna say to what I'm saying when I ain't even finished saying what I'm saying? Sometimes instill a 1 mic policy for those who have their cameras on. You do a little church in the air that lets everybody else know, hey, I have something to say. Then everyone else is not gonna hold up the floor by speaking for a whole 30 minutes straight. You feel me? And then the flow of a little bit smoother. Also, in these group economics, we do have to be mindful. You're coming off crazy. That person is going to mirror your crazy, and that's how situations. So this is just a little bit of psychological understanding that we're doing it intentionally. It's our mirror neurons at play. We're literally copycat engagement. So if one person interrupts, then that means it's okay for all of us to interrupt. If one person, it's okay for us all to get loud. So let's just have a little bit of structure and be mindful. And that's all I'm gonna say. We make
the structure. To add on to that, the structure would be if somebody has an individual question, or if you have a multitude of questions, just ask one. And after you ask that question, that one question, give that one person the opportunity to fully expound on that, regardless of if they trigger another question, and then hold on to that, and then let them do their Dougie, and then you could respond. It's that simple.
Can I say one thing real quick? I just want to share something that I learned from an OG. When somebody, to make sure somebody's actually finished making a point, before you speak, tap your foot 5 times. And then you dig what I'm saying? And then if they stop talking for that amount of time, then you speak. Because sometimes somebody just taking a breath and then they about to go back in.
I got that, Kevin Hart. Are you done? You done? Are you?
On the other side, though, this is a platform, so nobody should just go on and on and on and on and on either. Like, make your point and then let.
Well, are y'all saying? Hold on, now, do y'all feel I went on and on?
Is it just in general? We just kind of
Yeah, just
conversation.
It ain't targeted towards
but
you.
I
like
did want to say,
if you gotta ask that.
No, I don't feel that. I feel it's a back and forth thing. That's why I do feel the back and forth. But my sister, no, I do want to ask you a question. Because you missed a lot of things. And we were going back and forth. Obviously, that's why I had to get an intervention on the podcast. I got it, guys. I got it. But my sis, I have a question for you. Do you feel as women that no matter what, we always have to submit and compromise? Or is it a choice?
I think that's foolish to ask any one person to submit and say submit that literally, like, I'm literally watching someone bow down to their knees. For me to submit, if it's not smart for me to submit, if it's, financially submit, if it puts me or any of my children in harm's way for me to submit, then fuck no. You wouldn't like that. You know what I'm saying? Beyond me being a woman, I'm a human being first, and self-preservation rules of society. So my immediate automatic answer is no. If it is beneficial for a woman to submit, then by all means, sister.
What does submission mean, though? What is submission in your definition? Because perspective is everything. I want people to pay attention to perspective. So what do you think submission means? What is that to you?
To be honest, I don't know if I have my own for that, so I'd have to look it up.
I'm sorry, real quick before you answer. With that question right there, Brendan, if you don't mind, can we have everybody go around the room to answer that question?
Absolutely. I want everyone to answer that. Yeah, that's a good question. Like, everyone, what does submission mean to you?
Yeah.
Can we let go first? Because
my
he
answer,
since he came back.
the only other woman, I would have to look up the definition because I don't really have like a general relationship.
No, you don't look it up. What is your definition of submission?
Yeah, I ain't got one. We'll pass the mic.
You don't have one? Okay, let's go around the board.
All right, so Nashaya next.
One first?
Nashaya, go ahead.
I don't know
can I give one first?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Brittany. Go ahead, Brittany.
Let Brittany go first, then Nashaya.
I ask a question. Okay, so submissive. That means that you give that person your endowment of needs. You have no more needs. You give up your needing of anything. So to me, I would submit to God before a nigga because a nigga has his own needs. A man has his own needs. And you guys expressed that earlier is why you want a woman to submit. So my definition of submission is being kind, giving a breakdown of ego, and giving a familiarity to your partner. And I'm all about submitting to my partner. But when you get to speaking about submission or ego in a way, I had Woon and Joshua. Remember that guy? I can't remember his name, but he's in a group. Your guys' group. He's talked about how he was gonna build a whole plantation of women.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, I want to
hear about Antoine. I sent him the link.
Antoine, yes, Antoine. Antoine. So when we're talking about perspectives of submission, he got a whole nother level of submission. You know.
So what's your definition?
Yeah, because we gotta stick to.
Oh yeah. So let me wrap it up. So my definition of submission will be purity, surrendering, but with love. It has to be with love on both parts. You always want to deal with love.
Okay. All right, so Nashay, what's your actual definition of submission?
Cooperation.
Cooperation. Okay.
Can I ask why?
And
Because she
that's
kind
what
of
I thought.
expounded on.
Yeah,
In
on that
cooperation,
Kind of
that's
expounded on.
cooperation is a synonym. We need to express yourself. You need to express yourself. Cooperation is a synonym.
That's
Just
his definition.
if that's his definition, just expound on that. Ultimately,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Do you want to add
Yeah,
anything?
that's what I said. Can you please express that?
Yeah.
Or what do you mean by
Yeah,
cooperation?
what do you mean by cooperation in all aspects?
What does that look like to you?
He very eloquently said that that's a synonym because it means the same thing. So what I just did so everyone could understand me is I changed the coding of the word to a less offensive term so people could more so not be emotional about the response because people have no problem
It's
with
not less offensive.
You gotta let him talk. You gotta let him talk.
You have to let him do his Dougie.
I'm sorry, but he's still not going to answer it at the end of the day. He's
You
just.
got-
It's
Answer.
Wait,
yeah,
Brittany,
yeah, it's his
Just
answer.
put
he's
your
answering right now.
mic on mute.
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
ahead,
please continue.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro. You got it. You got
He's
it.
stepping his feet.
I'm cool.
He's meditating.
I'm
He's
cool.
meditating.
Oh, I thought
He
he
needs
froze.
All right.
I
He needs medicine to
Look.
talk about cooperation. Y'all, I know y'all not going to act like I'm causing that much of disruption.
But
It's the
look,
way
look.
it's
gotta
the way.
say-
Hold on. It's just the certain way that you're speaking to him.
And
Just-
the fact
This is
that
how I speak.
Just let him finish with his
Gotta
point.
let him-
you
full
just gotta let him
thought.
finish.
I'm
That
not
would be
speaking to
Just
him in any
put your-
manner.
put-
This is how
It's
your
just
mic.
you keep
I
interrupting
said
him.
I'm already putting my mic on mute, and I don't need you to tell me that. I already said that. I'm not speaking about anything, but this is how I speak. So it's not against him.
Well, not even how you speaking, but it's just interrupting him. Just let him finish his piece.
Okay, I'm not interrupting.
All right.
Thank you for cooperating with my brothers.
Do you
And by the
want
way,
to expound?
I updated.
That's all.
Okay.
That's
All
all.
right. Hey, I'm good. Hey, we got
Yeah, and
High God
I
in the building. Real
my-
quick. I wanted to just real quick. He
nah.
just jumped in the building. I think this Zenith team.
That's Zenith
Shout
team
out
right
to the
there.
God.
Yeah.
Peace and love,
Yo,
bro.
man. What's up with y'all boys, man? The original,
I got
man.
you, Empress. I see you. I'm gonna throw it out right now.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So to relinquish, to surrender, and to step aside. Okay. Do you want to expound on that, since how? Because just so we get clarity on what. Because I personally want to see what that step aside is. What does that mean? Can you expound on?
Okay, just briefly. Think of it like you are in a calm stream, and suddenly you notice the stream is not so calm anymore. Your body is now facing more resistance as you're trying swimming this whole time, but now suddenly there is a shift in the power dynamic. To the power of this water would be to let go of your ability to float. Let the water do what the water is doing now versus you trying to do what you. That's what that looks like to me.
Got you. Okay, there's a Selfmade got this song called Sage Smoke, and he says subconscious got me sitting in the back seat, right? And I think that's ultimately allowing him to submit to letting his subconscious, as far as just sitting his ego down. So I understand what you're saying. So that made perfect sense. I just want to hear it though. My bad.
So I guess I'll give my definition of submission, and it's basically the same as I don't know if I be saying your name right. Is it Nashaya? I want to make sure I'm pronouncing. Okay, cool. Just make sure. Yeah, I believe that my definition of submission is definitely cooperation, and basically meaning that whatever it is that you know, I feel like it's best for my family, and the best decision that we should be making in any given moment. Not any given moment, like every single thing that I want done has to be done type of cooperation. But when it comes to the important decisions that we make as a family unit, you know what I'm saying, that she is able to cooperate and go with my program. You know what I'm saying? But I know a lot of times that could be probably triggering for women because a lot of women haven't ever been with a man who has a program that they can trust. You dig what I'm saying? So if you know I'm steering the ship in a positive direction,
I like that
if you
shit.
know I'm steering this ship in a positive direction, exactly what you hold on, let me finish. If you know I'm your man and you love me and you believe in my mind and we have aligned goals, meaning where I'm going is where you're trying to go, then you allow me to steer this ship. You know what I'm saying? You're going to cooperate with my plan to get us from point A to point B. That's submission.
And submit.
Man, hey, you just now hit that on the head, and I'm gonna come bust my shit directly after that. Because submission and admission should go hand in hand, right? You submit your application, or if we want to say admission, just like you submit this or you give me this, and then I permit that. Like, you know what I mean? So ultimately, submission and admission is the same thing as a part of what these guys are talking about, the cooperation of the two. Submission.
Or I'm sorry, or is it permission?
Permission. You can say permission too, because you're permitting when you admit them and you're permitting yourself to submit. So it's all the same thing. It just depends on how you want to flip it. But at the end of the day, we have to understand that all of these things are predicated by freedom.
Right. Right.
Choice.
If we can that element of it, then it's a wrap.
Well, shit,
Right.
So thank you for adding that, Brittany. So I'm gonna say submission, admission, and permission all the same thing. Trinity and love.
So you saying submission?
That was fire.
Hey, y'all done left me with breadcrumbs to go after. God damn.
It's all good.
I definitely
subconscious got you sitting in the back seat, but you know.
Right. Yeah, definitely. It's all on the you feel me, same wavelength. I agree with what Krishna say. I agree with what Woon say. I like the word surrender. And you're going to only surrender to something that you feel like what Krishna was saying, like something that you feel is kind of catering towards what you want and what you see in life. You know what I mean? The outcomes that you see in life is the same thing that somebody else is moving towards. So you would submit yourself or surrender yourself to that energy to allow that to take place. You know what I mean? Not only for yourself, but for the person that you're surrendering to. You know what I mean? So,
absolutely. I just wanted to just give this really quick. I did a quick reading right here. What everyone needs to focus on. We need to stop wearing masks. We need to feel safe in our own bodies. We need to bring good juju. To our people, to our loved ones. We're going to find pleasure in what we do moving forward, and we're going to shine off of that. We want to give and receive. There's something about us while we all came together, no matter what, even if we found a place of where we got heated for a moment, good, because we found a place of peace. So I appreciate being a part of this with all these people. And I just want to say, we are wounded healers. In order to heal, you have to have.
Wait, slow that one down. Say that again.
We are wounded healers.
Oh, that was a bar.
So what happens is, you get shot an arrow from the heavens, and they wound you. And it may feel hurtful to you, but it's actually a blessing. So we are wounded healers. So through wounds and hurts and sacrifice and compromise, we will become healers. So it's important that we are submissive and compromise. So that's why I asked your definition. And I'm sorry if I get a little hostile, but who wouldn't when it's important?
No, definitely.
So that's what I have to give to the
Hey,
girl.
real quick though, I want to say, I know, Zenith High God then jumped in. I definitely wanted to hear his perspective on submission because we didn't get a chance to, you know what I mean, hear what he had to say. I didn't want to leave him out.
Yeah, hey, we got to stop the show again.
Yeah.
Super salute Zenith Team for tapping in. What's popping, man?
What's going on with y'all, man? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening?
And I know that this is a different type of conversation that you usually.
It's always a different type of conversation.
Yeah,
I've been peeping y'all up from the cuckoo's nest, man. I told y'all, man. Like I see y'all doing your thing, speak on the topics, man. But you know how man, go back to the first episode, man. You know, I feel we all fucked up. That's why I'm writing PTSD all through the shit, man. We all fucked up, bro. To even be playing in this whole realm, submission. I know that shit came from the internet. I never heard of alpha anything until it came on the YouTube or internet, bro. Like, nigga, back in the day, you got a bitch, nigga, or vice versa, nigga. That shit was just played out how it is. Everything else just got sticky. I don't know when it got this serious, but it got serious. It got real.
You never heard of Alpha and Omega?
Man, I never heard any of that shit. Whether it's
You never heard Alpha and Omega is in the Holy Bible. That's two entities of energy. You never heard of it?
You ain't hearing me though. I never heard of that shit until the internet. Period. I'm talking about forget a Bible. You just pop in this realm and it's in you.
No.
You feel me? Like it's in you. You know what I'm saying? Like you get the woman or the woman get the man. I never heard any of it, bro, until recently. Period. Definitions, etymology, all that shit is new.
Do you read?
Hey, Zenith, you got to understand, man. You know, when we talking about trying to explain what the energy is, we have to have some type of words, man. And I understand what you're saying.
Hey, no, Woon, you don't have to explain Alpha and Omega. It's in the Holy Bible, all thrown out. I'm the beginning and the end, the Alpha and Omega.
We're talking outside of literature, though.
No,
yeah,
it doesn't matter. That's the understanding of energy, physics.
I got a British good.
Your understanding of physics. So you can use it as physics. So it's not from internet. I'm sorry, you guys need to read a book.
Facebook.
That's a lie. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna go with that. That's fake. Sorry, not doing that. Next.
All right, Britt, that's cool. Hey, but Zenith, when it comes down to, you know, just the titles, and everybody knows when it comes down to language trying to express feelings, a lot of languages get lost.
But see, but you know that's where we got lost though.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Period. That's where we got lost. But you already know. But you know what's going on, man. Go ahead, though. You feel me? Like shit.
How do we communicate then? And I'm just playing Angel's advocate with that.
Nah, I know what's going on. But so okay, let's go back to the original submission.
There we go.
I get back on. I ain't gonna go up. I see what's going on.
You got it.
So yeah, submission is somebody is going to shut the hell up. Somebody gonna shut the hell up. Somebody gonna have to listen to something. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what's going on. If you want to talk about it, just keep it straight. Somebody gonna shut the hell up. You know, but that's just what goes on. And in that, it's a lot of problems, but it don't gotta be. You feel me? If the plan is right. If the plan is right, you know what I'm saying? So if the plan is right, then everything is good. You feel me? And everything is truthful, no deception. And then if I'm telling you the truth, I'm not never deceiving you, so you can never blame this or that. You feel what I'm saying? But the demons almost gonna work it though. You feel me? So shit, man.
I think that
Can I ask a question?
Circle to what you were saying. Like, what's understood don't need to be said, and when it has to be
Can I
said,
ask a question?
yeah, no, go ahead. You got it.
Okay, so I have a question. And I really have a serious question. So I understood where you're coming from. I respect everything you said. But Alpha and Omega is beginning and end actual stars and energies. And I thought this group was about energies and things like that. So I'm getting confused where you're coming in and where actually your facts are coming from. Like what are your facts? This is just your perspective.
I can say, well, I'm gonna let him go after what I got to say, but all I'm gonna say is, as a kid growing up, yeah, like nigga, you're not worried about submissiveness and all of that. Like all of that shit is
No, I'm
definitely.
specifically asking you about Alpha and Omega. You
Bro, I
said
don't
that
even know
didn't
how that.
exist.
That was, bro. Yeah,
You said that didn't exist until social media.
I think
That
I
was
don't
the
think I
beginning of the
don't
conversation.
think I don't think he actually literally said alpha and omega. I think he was more going with alpha male or alpha female.
Oh, so I
In,
misunderstood.
in any situation, what he was, well, I'm gonna let him speak, but
Nah,
ultimately,
you
what he,
got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. Man. You already know what's going on with me, man.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry for
That's it.
interrupting. No, I'm totally out of line. I'm totally out of line. I was in different alignment. I was talking about Alpha and Omega. You were talking about Alpha and female.
I mean, that's what we was talking about, though. So you feel
Yeah,
me?
so my apologies.
yeah, no, it's
I
all good.
totally was out of alignment. So my apologies. I was totally wrong.
Yeah, so when it comes down to just just the level of understanding, I think like sometimes it just depends on what's being said, where you at, or are you at in your experiences. Because people may pick up on different energies, people may pick up on different parts of the situation, but at the end of the day, I like what you're saying. A couple of loser guys, even your name. Hey, let me say this real quick. Your name is loser guys, right? And this is going to what Brittany just now said about we are wounded healers. A couple of loser guys. That's the same expression, right? So if you understand that part, then it's just like. And at first, I was just like, nigga, because Because I forgot what you said when you first came onto the show.
So why is no one understanding me? Is what I don't get.
I just now gave you your props. I just now said y'all said the same thing. But look though,
Okay.
so you probably don't understand that we're understanding what you understand is up though. But a
It's
couple of
definitely
losers,
up, baby.
when you first came on, you said something, and I'm like, nah, nigga, we finna go to war, right? Then I had to look at the name. I'm like, loser gods. I'm like, nah, hold up.
hey, yeah, we was trying to figure bro out for sure. We was
Hell
like,
yeah.
hey, what's up with bro? We was asking him all types of questions and shit.
It's
Like,
the
hold
first
on. Then he brought
episode,
up the
man.
archons and shit. We was like,
That's
wait,
why I
what?
stay. That's why I stay
Mhm.
popping in and watching y'all, man. So you know, first episode, but I'm gonna stay watching. I've been watching the past year, like, yo, okay, this cat's fucking me. Okay, I'll be back. You feel?
Right.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
ready to go to war. I had my gun
I
ready.
love
Oh,
my
we went to
boys. I
war.
love my
Oh,
boys here. First of all, I love
we
my
went to
guys here.
war.
You guys are super bomb. I love my boys here. I love my guys. You guys uphold us and everything, but I'm like, hold up. I'm not gonna take the person. Oh, I'm not even gonna go there. If I
Yeah,
go
we're not
there,
even
I'm
in
gonna
that.
get so much ridicule. But I am not gonna take that shit.
This is the Free Your Mind podcast. We just here shooting the shit.
That is fake. It's fake entities. It's demon entities. Motherfuckers saying shit that's not really being said, and honestly, not even telling their truth because not one time did he say he really didn't want a submissive woman. He wanted a submissive man, and that
Oh,
was.
what's going on?
Where we at?
Oh, did the
Uh,
microphone get fucked up? Oh, okay.
Who's about it? I'm not. I'm kind of lost for where we at.
Yeah, well, anyway, I'm
We talking
not.
Kaya?
Ah,
hey, look.
Yes. He wants a woman to be submissive, and she's not submissive enough because he wants her to be a man. That's fucked up. He wants a woman to be. No, I'm telling you, from a woman's point of view, I know for a fact, he wants a woman to be so submissive. She can't be submissive enough because he wants her to be a nigga. I can't be that submissive.
Hey, Britt, let me say this real quick.
I can't be that submissive.
No, that's fine. But let me say this real quick about what he did say though. He said that that sometimes the submissive person is the person that's actually winning.
Right.
So I don't know if you was on there or listening in the comments when he said that. But when he said
I can't be that submissive.
When he said it, I gave a personal reference to women because women allow men to be men. So even though they may seem like they're submissive, they're actually running the show. And Ashaya said that.
Hey, you know what? I like somebody like Brittany though. You know what I'm saying? I like a little challenge like that. You feel? I'll break her in half in her mind. You feel?
Brittany is a dragon.
Brittany is if you can't kick it with Brittany, then you ain't.
Hey, when I'm getting on mute every time though, when I'm getting put on mute by Joshua every time, this seems like not a free platform, so I'm not gonna be able to spit my shit. But motherfuckers who's faggots get to talk about how they want submissive women. Then when women, hold on.
You gotta go.
That's why you talk about how you want to be submissive to that, then I get you. Fuck you. Niggas faggot. Y'all cutting me off.
Order in the court. Order in the
I
court.
get cut off. It's like, come on, man. Like, we try to maintain the respect across the board for everybody on the platform. If you don't know, go watch previous shows. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't. This is the first time, ultimately, for real, that I muted somebody like that. You know what I mean? It's just like we gotta let.
It's PTSD, man.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's good at the same time. Like, if we're gonna let you speak, we're gonna let you get your shit off. You know what I'm saying? It's just a time and a place for that. That's all. You know what I'm saying? You can't try to talk over somebody when they're making a point or when they're saying something. Like, you gotta let them speak. That's it. It ain't fucking rocket science, for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, let somebody speak. Boom, they done. Then you could jump in and have the floor, nigga, for you know what I'm saying? How long you need the floor for? You know what I'm saying?
I just have to put you in the back seat because not at one time did he call you out your name, so we can't. We can't allow that type of energy. And just like I said, just like if you would have came in and heard what he said, like, you know what I mean, before you probably missed what he said. You probably didn't come in at the time that he was saying when he was saying, but I know a lot of people understood and was there when he said what he said. So if you came in at a different time, then, then at this point you would have to allow him to speak. But when he was trying to spill it, you cut him off. So now you have this, just like what Krishna was saying, this preconceived idea about who he is as a person, and that triggers you before you even get to know what he's talking about. Like, you know what I mean? So we have to have some type of reserve for self. Fuck anybody else around here. And I'm saying just like that, we have to have a reserve for self, right? Because if you have a reserve for self, then you're going to have a reserve for everything else. And if you don't understand that, you got to sit in the back seat. What's up, Benet? How you doing, lady? We was trying to get you in early and shit was popping.
Hey, nothing, saying life of an entrepreneur, right? You know, saying this business. My bad for chiming in late, but I think it was right on time, right? So.
Yeah, no, it's all good. We're basically because, and I know that this is a touchy situation because we're dealing with male, female, or man, woman situations. But at the end of the day, and every time somebody new came in, I'm saying we're just shooting the shit. These are not, you can come in with your personal experiences. That's absolutely fine because then that would give clarity to whatever. But at the end of the day, we just, I'm going to say because Heem is in here, we all a couple of loser gods.
Well, I don't subscribe to that word loser god, but you know what I'm saying?
Right. Speak for yourself.
Right. Speak for yourself. You know what I'm saying? This God is up. You know what I mean? So but yeah, no, I think I came in the right time, and they still hating on me, calling me a Facebook user. So
Facebook user.
yeah, I'm gonna have to come in and just speak. You know what I mean? I don't know what's going on. So yeah, yeah, I
I just
don't.
want to say this real quick, like, with that interaction, just to dead it all. I just wanted to say this, like, I like sometimes when these type of situations happen, like with the clash of the energy between the males and females, men and women, only because, like, as a man, I learned when a woman is in that type of a state, because Brittany, she seemed like she cool, but she got a lot of emotional energy. Like, she's very passionate, she got a lot of emotional energy. But when you have an interaction like that with a woman when she's in that state, as a man, it's very important for you to have control over your emotions and be able to articulate yourself. You know what I'm saying? You can't try to match a woman, emotion for emotion, or, pettiness for pettiness. That's not what we do. So I just wanted to say that real quick, just to put that game out there.
Yeah, can I piggyback off that? Because I was actually going to bring it up, move into whatever next topic and hear what Miss Benet Love had to say. But y'all set the tone, y'all set the pace, right? And
right.
If y'all, doing what you're doing, right? You're really in that energy. And as women, we're naturally going to follow. We have to make a conscious choice to resist that. We're naturally good lead, just period, right? So that's why y'all see me in the chat at the very beginning, like tone is giving manosphere. The tone is giving you hate women. So automatically to absorb what you have and then multiply it. So this is why a lot of see women acting wild like that. That's because we are reflecting the women are triggered at the idea of submitting. Like, okay, somebody said the analogy of there's only one steering wheel, there's only one set of blinkers and gas pedals and all that. Driver's seat is that lead. If I get in the passenger, I'm automatically submitting to your drive. I know you have a history of reckless driving. I know you run red lights. I know you drunk as flagrant ass fines and tags. Then I'm crazy as hell for getting in your and not just deciding on my own. Okay, hey, let me just drive by. So that's kind of my, my little two piece.
That's real.
But yeah, man, y'all gotta set that tone in the court. You feel me? And to everybody watching, please respect the moderators platform. We wouldn't even have no opportunity to say anything we want to say without them. So that's I'll yield the mic.
Yeah, it's let me speak to that real quick, because again, I'm glad that that Krishna came in. And let me say this real quick, because I don't think that Nashaya was out of place for how he was saying what he was saying. So I have to say that. Usually, if Nashaya was saying something, and I hate to say it just like that, but Nashaya was saying something, I'm like, Nashaya, okay, it's kind of up. But this particular time, he was just speaking his piece, like, you know what I mean? Right. So it's like,
in his bag.
It's lit, yeah. And I saw you in the comments, Christian. You was like, "Hey, that nigga's up here thinking that isn't right." Right. So but even from a woman's perspective, the men in this group may say, like, "Okay, this nigga is back," but a big part of his spill was giving props to the women. Like, you know what I mean? So
he balanced it.
I don't understand how that was misunderstood. Like, you know what I mean? And if it was,
can I say this? Can I say this to what you just said? Like, it's deep. Yeah. You right. And when men get into that bag, it's like you become a lucid dreamer and you just spit in that shit, and you don't care about, what the projections feel about what you're saying. That happens. But there's consequences to that. If you ever seen the movie Inception, you seen Inception?
Yeah, hell yeah. I know what you're talking about.
When the nigga was lucid in the dream, if he made too much noise, all the projections will converge on him and attack him. That happens to everybody. It happens to Kanye West. It happens to anybody who becomes too lucid and they start just talking shit to all the dream characters. The shit gonna converge on you. So you gotta be very selective with your words, and it's unfortunate, but this is how you gotta play the game.
Right.
Because how I look at women, how I perceive women as are like almost like dragons or serpents. If you say the wrong thing, or if you come off too aggressive around a serpent, they gonna attack. You know what I'm saying? But if you got that flute and you playing that perfect note and that perfect vibration, they gonna dance with you. So you gotta have an energy, because women are gonna reciprocate your energy. And it's unfortunate because men, we just want to kick our shit and we don't want to care about nothing after that. But they they react to the things that we say if we're not selective with what we saying and using the right words and the right tonality when we saying it. Like when we say submissive, when one nigga say it, you know, they all for it because of the way he said it and his energy and the finesse. But when a whole nother nigga say it, they don't want to hear that shit because his energy it's off. It's not pure enough.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's giving props to women. That's just saying that women are natural correctors of men. And the reason being because they're nurturers. They're nurturers.
Right.
So any type of energy that we're gonna put out, they're like, nah, nigga, I can't fuck with. I'm not gonna nurture that and birth that and grow that. That's nothing. Like, you know what I mean? But just like you said, this other nigga, he kind of, I like that. Let me put you on this titty real quick, and we gonna make that grow.
Right. Right.
So on that type of time,
it's deep.
It's an absolute fact. And this is one thing why men have to understand, and this is what I said earlier, even though the women may seem like they're submitting, they're admitting, they're giving you admission to their playground to just say, okay, well, let's see what's popping. Like, you know what I mean? But that's a whole different conversation. But at the end of the day, we just have to understand that, you know, when it comes down to just the understanding of the differences of experience. Now, this is outside of the realm of men and women. I'm just talking about experiences because the way that you experience things sometimes is how you're going to express yourself. So, you know, even though, you know, we may not like how it's being served, right? Are we still allowing ourselves to understand what's being said or what's like delivered and shit? So I just wanted to drop that.
That's very real too, because when you at a certain level of consciousness, no matter how somebody is saying a thing, you should be able to receive what they're saying without emotionally reacting to it. Definitely. You know what I'm saying? And that's for both men and women.
I was just about to say exactly that. Both men and women.
Right. Because sometimes they say some shit and we get like, hold on, what the fuck is you talking about? But you can't react like that. You got to be able to be calm within yourself, hear what she's saying, you know, remove your feelings away from what she's saying and just reciprocate and receive that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all a question?
For sure.
Same way when you are picking up that it's a dart being thrown, a twinge of malicious intent in their delivery, do you feel like have a certain demeanor about receiving what they're saying?
You kind of cut out just a little bit. And let me say this real quick, because I know that Karmic, thank you for saying that earlier too, Karmic, but some of the times when you're speaking, Ms. Divine, like it'll be like your sentence will start off cool, and then when you get to the meat of it or to the end of the sentence, then it'll completely go out. So I just want to make sure that everybody
want me to be great.
Hey man, I thought it was me. I'm like, okay, is it my internet? Hold on, let me check this Wi-Fi really quick. So
so I just want to make sure that she's good with her questions for sure. But she asked a great question.
I want to hear that question clearly.
Hey, Empress Divine, can you type that up if you're
she just came out and just went back in.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, we can try it again. If not, I'm gonna get on the typing.
Right, go ahead.
But I was saying was kind of agreeing, like, yeah, you should be able to remove your bias and the context of what someone is saying, irregardless of their delivery. And I'm asking, still apply when you're picking up on the ill-intended dart at you in their delivery.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say so.
I'm gonna say hell yeah. I'm gonna say yes, and I'm gonna tell you why. You know, and I'm pretty sure it's not just me, but a lot of people have, you know, a street background and shit, right? So when you're in those certain situations, right, and especially if you were in a specific position, you could have a squad full of whoever's with you, but you are the person that makes sure that everybody goes home tonight. Like, you know what I mean? You are the person that makes sure that, you know, that situation plays off proper. So this is when you have to decipher, okay, is it what's the big picture? Do I get into what this person is? Because just like you know, when it comes down to being in the club, somebody step on my shoe, right? I know that I'm in the club. I know that niggas drink. I know that it's crowded. Somebody step on my shoe. If I get mad, I'm not gonna check the nigga who stepped on my shoe. And I don't give a fuck if he did it on purpose. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you want to know what? My bad. And I'm not telling him my bad. I'm telling me my bad. Even when you apologize to somebody, you're not apologizing for them. You're apologizing for you. Like, you know what I mean? And this is something that we have to practice. So when you say, even when people have ill intent, now you have a choice. Now, don't get me wrong, because everybody got choices, B. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to saying, okay, what type of, you know, how I feel today? Because just like today, Love Joy, when I was like, nigga, if you ain't on no smoke type of time, because I remember you said, like, I don't want no smoke. I was like, but nigga, I do. It's up. Like, you know what I mean? It was popping. Like, you know, and not against you, but you know what I'm talking about, behind the scenes. So, but when it came down to that, it's just like, okay, yeah, but even when you feel like that, now what's the intent, right? If you're trying to get across some information for somebody for understanding, then hell yeah, you gotta take them darts, pick them motherfuckers up, either look at them, throw them down, or sharpen them bitches back up and throw them back. And yeah, like, you know what I mean? So it just depends on what type of energy you want. Like, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it's just like me personally, I know I sometimes take shit too far. So before I'm gonna take shit too far, I'm gonna say, you know what? Excuse me, I bow out. You win. Like, you know what I mean? And I think that comes with a lot of understanding of myself, and then for me to understand myself, I have to understand other people. So with that being stated, I don't think that that all things need a response. Sometimes things just need to be observed.
That's like the triggers. You know what I mean? Like if you let something outside of yourself trigger you into you acting outside of yourself, who's at fault for real?
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like that, like what you said, Woon, as far as like, oh, I'm gonna bow out in grace. Like, you know, I'm gonna step aside. Like, I'm not gonna let that or your energy affect my energy. You know what I'm saying? Ultimately. Yeah, you feel me? And that's ultimately what it comes down to. And I feel like not taking a shot at nobody, you know what I mean? Just when you have a certain understanding of self on that type of time, like there's nothing outside of me that's gonna get me to, you know what I'm saying? Like trip like that. You know what I'm saying? No way. I'm only gonna trip if I want to trip.
Right, exactly.
You know what I mean? And cause a disruption. But other than that, it's like, for what? Why? Why even waste my energy? Why even, you know, indulge in that type of energy? You feel me?
Yeah. And typically I would say if you indulge in that type of behavior, it would be for correction, right? As y'all know, I'm pretty smooth. I'm like the mama bear, you know, type energy, right? That nurturing. But at the same time, too, I can come out and be Keisha, you know what I'm saying? Rock a ball, baby, when I need to do it in broad daylight, right? You know what I'm saying? And so it just depends. And sometimes you got to know the audience and know the person that you're dealing with, right? Yeah. If they're choosing to do and spew something that they perceive as a dart, you know, kind of similar to what you said, Woon, I could sharpen it and give it right back to you, because really what you're throwing is really a reflection of self. So let me show you what that is, right? Right, what that looks like. And sometimes that is the best teacher, because until someone experiences it, they don't realize, you know what I mean, what they're doing, the depth of it, right? If you say something, you know, to somebody that you know is a trigger, but if they hit your trigger, like, you know what I'm saying, you feel a different way about it. Now, depending upon if you're still in your ego or not, if you're gonna absorb that, like, I see what you did, you know what I mean? Or, all right, so you really trying to hurt me. Well, nigga, wasn't you trying to hurt me? You know what I'm saying? Don't be mad because, you know what I'm saying, you bought that, you know, 22 to this 40 cal, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, you know what I mean? And so now, what did you learn? You know what I'm saying? Mama, let me go ahead and pat this up, right? You okay? You know what I'm saying? So don't do that shit no more. You know what I'm saying? So that's just, you know, how I kind of do that. And I use that as also, you want a lesson. And that just depends on, do I want to, how am I going to deliver that lesson to you? You know what I mean? Yeah, so that's how I combat that energy. And like you guys said, it just depends on, do I really want the smoke? I always want the smoke, you know. Now just how depth or how far in depth do I want to do it? Do I want to pull out the 22? Do I want to put out that 40 cal? Or am I going to take you with Black Beauty, the shotgun, right? And it's really over, you know. So but I never tried to hurt anybody. And I think sometimes truth hurts, and we need hurt to come to a certain awareness in self.
All right. So, I think real quick, because I know you're from the bus, Christian, I think as smoke and mirrors, I think smoke should come with mirrors. Like, nigga, you want the smoke? Look at this mirror, nigga.
Mm-hmm. And that's like, I'm mirroring you.
Exactly.
So if it feels offensive, that's just your reflection you looking at. Like, I like to say there's a difference between that same energy as somebody else, because that's now me inhabiting their vibration, my own vibration, and simply just holding up a mirror. You're doing all of that work.
Yeah. Were you gonna say something, Krishna? I'm sorry.
Shit, y'all said a lot. Y'all made some very valid points. Only thing I want to add to that is, like, to the point where somebody's saying, like, throwing darts at you and shit. One thing that I just realized is love really neutralizes all. It neutralizes everything. Like, when somebody coming at you with that ill intent, like you said, it's really, that is a lower vibrational energy. And it's kind of natural for us to want to, you know, jab back, or, you know, like you said, match that energy. But what I just been practicing, what I learned, it pretty much works every time, unless like Benet said, they just really want that smoke, like they want a lesson. But 9 times out of 10 though, when I respond with love and I keep my energy calm, no matter what they saying, it end up neutralizing that whole energy. It just neutralizes the whole energy. That's like the small example, like I be lucid dreaming and shit, and like when I go to sleep. And it's been multiple dreams that I had where, like, maybe some bad shit be about to happen, like a nigga be trying to shoot me, or I be getting chased by a lion or some shit like that, right? And it's been times where I was lucid enough I was like, oh shit, hold on, this is a dream. And I'll stop and I'll look at the person whoever's trying to attack me, and I'll be like, yo, I love you. I love you. And like, if it was a lion, it's been a time where it was a lion chasing me. The lion turned into a fucking little cat when I told them that I loved them. Or the person shooting me, they couldn't do nothing no more. So it's like transmuting that darkness into light when you hit them with love. So, and then I'm gonna just show y'all this real quick, and then I'm done with that. I just gotta put this in y'all subconscious. Y'all probably seen it before. It's called the map of consciousness.
Right there.
Yeah, alchemy for sure. Let me see if I can flip this. Can you flip this shit while you on here? I don't know.
Which
can
one?
You flip it? Yeah. I don't know if I can flip my camera around while on the stream. Probably not. I'm gonna have to just turn it around.
Yeah, just turn. Yeah, no, you good.
I want to be able to see what y'all seeing though. Hold on.
Hold it down. There you go.
Right there. Can you see the whole map?
Let me see. Hold on.
Yeah, because you might have to enhance it and then flip it around too.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna just turn my laptop sideways right quick so I can at least see what's going on. Damn, my bad, y'all. I just want to show y'all this. All right.
Yeah, well, it's still reading from right to left, so it's kind of.
All right. I probably have to do that another time, but damn. So basically, it's a map of consciousness where it's showing you how all these different emotions. I just want y'all to see a little bit of it, like the red part, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got shame, guilt, apathy. These are like all of these emotions vibrate at like 50. But the one I want to talk about is pride. When niggas is throwing darts at you, it's usually pride, and that vibrates at 175 on the energetic frequency. So it's a lower vibration. But love on this map, I don't know if y'all can see it. Hold up. You see love?
That green, right?
The green. I hate that I can't turn my shit around, but love vibrates.
It kind of looked like the chakra scale and shit.
Yeah.
It definitely is, right. So love calibrates at 500. So basically my point is when you respond with love, any of those negative emotions that they're coming from is going to get neutralized because the energy that you're coming with is on a higher frequency than them.
I got
you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's my point.
I do want to say, go ahead, Benet, go ahead.
No, just to speak to that, and that's why, I'm glad that you kind of put that out there, because to circle back to what I say about me being the mother energy is,
right.
Even if I do something to you, right, where you get blasted with that 40 cal, it's because my love is greater than the 20 that you're talking about, right? So it's seeing a little bit, right, meaning I'm gonna give you what you need, not in a malicious way, but you're going to receive. This is still out of love, right? Because if I didn't, I'm saying, I could just say, you know what, I'm gonna let you just stay in the foolishness. No, we're gonna talk about this today, right? Your mom, when you was out doing stuff, you're gonna sit down and talk about it, right? And she gonna really pull your coattails. And it's like, Ma, I wasn't even talking about that. No. This is what this is about, right? And so sometimes we gotta look at, what does love look like? We think that love is soft and pretty and cute and all that. There is tough love, right? There is straight up and down 6 o'clock. This is the truth. And I did a post the other day about love conquers all. It really does, right? When you're loving on someone else, you're loving on self. So even when you are throwing that dart back, right, or that reflection back, that's still going to be something for you, right? Because it's a double entendre. If they're throwing this dart and you think it doesn't apply, it actually still does apply to you, because it's something within you that you're giving to them, and vice versa. Does that make sense? It's the mirror reflecting the mirror.
Yeah, to speak to that, I have to do another Selfmade song reference. I forgot what song it was, but you was like, try to understand love, because love is understanding, right? And with that, it's just like, what Krishna was saying with the dream about the lion. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I understand that you're a lion, you might be ferocious and shit, but I also understand you're just a kitten, my nigga. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, you have that understanding, and this is what I mean by just like, if I'm in a club and somebody step on my shoe, I understand that I'm in the club. Like, you know what I mean? And my shit might get stepped on. I understand that. I know what type of environment that I'm in. So if I don't understand where I'm at, then how can I give love? Like, you know what I mean? I can't give it if I don't understand it, right? So now it's just like, okay, well, nigga, if I understand where it's at, then I'm more chill and I'm more peaceful and I'm more calm. Sometimes we don't get the opportunity to get that understanding because, just like I said, like sometimes emotions play out first and then we get to the logic side of things. And I get that. But as much as we try to get a level of understanding, I think that love, going back to what you were saying, Christian, and what you're saying right now, Benet, that love shit conquers all. And a lot of people that typically know me know that I lead with love. Like, you know what I mean? And mathematically, it's just sound for me. It just makes sense because outside of that, it's just like, well, nigga, I already gave you the love. So if you don't comprehend that, I don't feel bad when I have to blow your head off. Like, you know what I mean? So
Right.
I didn't already did the good deed. Like, you know what I mean? So if I led with that, now I have to lead with the lead. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like I don't
lead with the leg.
Yeah. That's good, right? But it's just like, you know, I don't have a problem with that, but just some people don't, and I know Christian was kind of saying this earlier, or Benet, some people need they ass beat. And
They
I
do.
like that.
They do.
But they ask for it, literally ask for, come, I could beat everybody else in this room.
All right. But then what happens, like I said, right? Because it's still, what does love look like? We got to have a deeper understanding of love. This is what you have to understand that. So when they get the lesson in love, here comes the nurturing. Now, you know, you shouldn't go around talking shit like that.
Right. I'm gonna slap you because I love you, not because I'm trying to help you out right now. You know what I'm saying?
What did we learn? Right? You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't have, you know, said that. Are you okay? And then you go back into that place. So it's still, that's why, like I said, we have a different understanding of love. Love is such an oxymoron, right? It makes sense. It's so simplistic. It's hard, you know, to be able to do it and see it for what it is. Like I said, love is not just the cute, buttery, nice shit. Love is the shit that you need, right? The absolute, it's the absolute truth of the matter, right? And we take for granted in how it's expressed or how it's you know, verbalized or whatever. But all of it, if we really sit back and look at it, it is all love. And I think if we start looking at it, even in correction is love, right? I feel like if you let me walk into a room and you know what I'm saying, I got a boogie or, you know, something like that or whatever, you know what I'm saying, and you don't say nothing, nigga, you don't love me, okay? You know what I'm saying? Because you left me out there. I won't get offended and like, you know what I'm saying, B, you know what I'm saying, you need to, you know what I'm saying, oh, okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it, you know what I'm saying? And so if you let me rock out and you don't speak, that to me, that shows me that you don't have the love. You don't have the love for me. You don't have love for self. Because again, you're going to want somebody to, you know, in the interview and be like, hey, man, you know what I'm saying? I couldn't even stop staring at her booger, man. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't, you know, it's going to come right back. So it is all love. And I think if people start looking at our exchanges, everyday exchanges as a basis or a starting point, that everything starts from love, like things will be totally, totally different. We won't be as easily offended, right? We'll be able to receive everything that we're supposed to receive. So, you know,
and I know when passion gets involved in the energy, everybody, you know, their hands is moving, they look all serious and shit. They not like all smiles and laughs and shit. Like I can see how that can come across as like, wait, hold on, he tripping? Oh, is he tripping? Like, let me, you know what I'm saying? But it's like,
but you said a key word real quick. That's passion, right? How many times have you heard somebody say, I'm not mad, I'm passionate? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. So it's like when that passion comes across, it can't, you know, I know how it can look, but the understanding behind the passion would be that love. Like to know, like, okay, they not getting at me like this, you know, to tear me down in any sense. You know what I'm saying?
This is why I asked y'all that question, because it's level-headed people all on this speaking right now, currently in this moment, to say that everybody's not on this.
Exactly.
Everybody's not coming.
I was just about to say that.
Even Karmic said it in the comments. She's like, okay, well, how long am I supposed to be the motherfucker who obviously wants me to lead with lead? You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Being provocative, obviously they're throwing darts at me for a retention. So when someone is targeting you to be offensive be malicious. I'm supposed to just say namaste, peace and love,
Hey,
my brother.
hey, Miss Devon, I'm gonna tell you straight up. Just like I said, some
Yes.
niggas get their ass beat. And
Yeah,
when,
that's a
when
fact.
y'all, when I be texting in the group chat, like I be getting up and I be doing my exercises early in the morning, it's gonna be a long day. You know, just y'all got access to the people who I grew up with. Ask them if I'm a fighter or not. And it just comes down to, if you can't, if I can't, if love don't make sense to you, I have to understand war. Like, you know what I mean? Because if I don't understand war, then I'm slipping. Because I'm expecting you to understand love that you don't understand, right?
Yeah.
So how can I communicate with you if you don't understand that? That means, okay, my way, I'm, fuck what I'm thinking, fuck how my shit is. I'm even wrong for saying that I can only come at you with love. Guess what? I'm slipping when I think that. So guess what? What's the new thing? Stay dangerous. And nigga, it's up. You know what I mean? So when it comes down to that, but it's still out of love. Don't get it twisted.
Right.
But at the same time, it's just like, just like what Benet was saying, like, nigga, it's like, I do not have a problem. And y'all know I'm the opposite of everything because I already know how forward I am. So now we got to do the math problem backwards. Well, nigga, if you can't get it this way, well, let's try to get it that way. Like, you know what I mean? And
right.
It is.
Sometimes you just gotta kill a nigga.
Yeah, you're right.
That's all.
And that's why I say, am I gonna come with that 40 cal? You know what I'm saying? Am I coming with the shotgun? You know what I'm saying?
It's really a choice. It's a choice of the God. Like, nigga, what I'm gonna do? How I want to respond right now? Do I want to respond with pure love and the peaceful route, or do I want to cut your fucking head off and then put your soul back in your body and like, all right, nigga.
Hey, but I promise you, that's the most godly thing that you can do, right? My ring light is because what does a God do, right? Like it says multiple times, you're gonna have to die to yourself, right? So you're gonna die daily. So if I see, right, if we're all connected, and you are showing me some shit that a part of the collective that needs to die, well, I'm gonna try and be nice and try and heal you. But at the same time, if you're not ready for that, if you don't want to kill yourself, I'm sorry, my nigga, I'm gonna have to do it for you.
And I was gonna say too, like when it comes to for real, when it come to me and Woon, especially as co-hosts on the platform, we be trying to move with grace because we done cut a lot of niggas' heads off, like to the point where it was like, you know what I'm saying? Like it was like on some Mayan shit, like, oh, you tripping? Like I'm not playing no games with y'all, you know what I'm saying? So now it's like we try to give them that time and space to, try to figure that shit out. But today was a different little day, you know what I mean? Like, but
but that is because, right, after so long and we all understand the energy, like, in love, there is that mothering in nature, loving thing and trying to deal with a certain child or a certain energy in a certain way that you would do someone else. But at the end of the day, that's the balance in God, right? It can't just be all of this, right? So again, if you're given the space, right, to make the correction within yourself, right? And this is not just the one incident that you've seen this reflection. So then ultimately you're going to come up against an energy that is the killer energy, right? Because now you have no other choice. It wasn't your choice, right? I mean, it was, but it wasn't, right? Somebody killed you. So now what is the thing? Are you going to lay down and be dead? Or are you going to grow, right? And so, like, pick up the pieces, right? And put your face back together. But you know what I'm saying?
The perfect example, and I hope Brittany's still watching. I think when she came in with a specific energy, and I kind of said it, I'm like, Brittany comes with a specific energy. So if you can't cooperate with that energy, are you who you say you are? Like, you know what I mean? Because she got that energy that's going to test everything that you said that you is.
That's
So
deep.
just
That's
like,
why I wanted to jump in there and have that conversation with it, because I'm like, let me test myself real quick.
hey, Chris, I saw your face light up so many times. Hey, I said, and I was reading, I don't know if you saw me, but I was like, because I'm reading your face, I'm like, yeah, this nigga got a lot to say. But
yeah,
an example of what I'm talking about. So how you handle the situation, right? It was more or less like, hey, well, let me bring it down to you like this, and you know the level and the tone that it was able to come to, even though because she came in like nigga, she got a chop, but she don't know how to work that motherfucker, like you know what I mean.
Right.
So she blap herself on
Right.
that type of time. So it's just like, hold on, put the gun down. You're gonna kill me, yourself, and everybody else in the room.
Exactly. Right.
It's like, when we're faced, and this is going back to your question, Ms. Devine, when we're faced with that type of energy, it's just like, we don't want to be, in that certain area. But if we need to be, yeah, it's up. But sometimes we have the ability to access a part of us that allows us to understand, going back to what I was saying with self, to understand where that person is coming from, and not and put our subconscious in the backseat and let them speak, see where they're at, assess them, and then move along with that conversation or whatever is popping and shit. So hell yeah.
Yeah. Now I like I said, this I love this topic when we're talking about energies, right? When we're talking about love, and we're saying all of this, Britt, if you're listening, all within love, right? So, it's always been up in that regard within anybody that may come across as having some sort of opposing energy, right? But again, that is balance, right? That's always going to pull out and give an opportunity to show love. So anyway, to me, you slice it, it's still all love. And that's why, like I say, and you can't get me out the energy. And even when I get out of a certain energy, it's not getting out into an energy. I'm increasing my energy, as Krishna would say, right? If I'm chilling at a 400 and I need to go to 5 or to 6 or to my supreme being, I know which gun to pull, but it's still all out of love. Now, are you receiving in love? That's the big thing. Like we have to be open to receiving the love that is given. And that's correction, even if it's real, just bubbly, loving hugs and kisses and smooches and all that kind of stuff energy. If you're not used to that, it you clam up, or you think something's wrong with that. You know what I mean?
It hurts.
Right. For some people, it does, right? It hurts them. Right. To be open, to be vulnerable, but that is the neutralizer, right? And that's just really telling you got to let go. You got to die to the ego. And as soon as you free yourself from that, hey man, like it's really heaven on earth.
Yeah. That death, man, the death process, and going back to what I said about the shit hurts, because we was dealing with that shit today. The death process, and we deal with it every day. Let me not just say today, but we deal with it every day. Every time that even myself, like what I mean, I've died multiple times. A lot of people don't think that I've died multiple times, and when I say that, I'm just saying that I have a certain level of understanding of myself. But then every time I engage with you guys or even somebody that I may not even know, I still die. Like what I mean, I allow myself to die. I submit, right? So I admit myself, like what I mean. So when it comes to that, it's just like I don't understand why people don't allow themselves to die. Like what I mean? Don't you know going to heaven is lit?
Yeah,
you gotta die before you go to heaven. Like what I mean? Like so just to have that understanding is just like, man, just die real quick, man. Get your shit blew up. The Shia, I think I forgot what had happened, but the Shia, there was a question asked in the Shia, and I was like, so what are you talking about? And then he said something. I'm like, nigga, you just now woke my whole shit up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, nigga, yeah, that shit was nice. Like, so that's me dying. Like, you know what I mean? That's me saying, like, hey, that part of me that I thought, nigga, you just blew my brains out. Like, you know what I mean? So now I have to regroup, and you know what I mean. So I don't know why, and I know everybody probably said it, but that holding on to, what are we holding on to? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what's
shadow?
Right. what's the point of holding on to things? And I know that the ego has a lot to do with it and plays a big factor, but what's the real, and I don't want to say point, I want to say the benefit. What's the benefit of saying, look, I'm still alive, but a nigga then smacked you like 17 times, nigga. Like, still living. Like, no, you're dead. Like,
go lay down, bro.
Like, you don't want to have a funeral. Like, you don't want to, like, none of this. You know? And it's just like
real,
you know. And I'm only speaking from a perspective of somebody who understands not wanting to die, and I get it. Just like, you know, I'm not gonna front like I never wanted to die, but it's just like at this point in time, it's just like, you know, it's a necessary thing. Even when you get baptized, for the people who has a religious belief, you have a second birth. Like, you know what I mean? So you still have to die in that sense. So what are we talking about for real? So in any situation, that death is inevitable. So quit trying to fight it. Like, you know what I mean?
And the fair part, I feel like for me, you know, what I hear or how I used to feel about death was, it was more about the fear of how I was going to die, right? Because everybody wants to go to heaven, right? But that price of admission is a motherfucker, right? so people, so it's like, okay, I don't mind going to heaven, but you know what I'm saying? Can I die in my sleep? Because I think that that's the most peaceful thing, right? But how do you know, right? There has to be some point of awareness that you are transitioning, at least in my rationale, right? That you would be, even in death, that you would know, or in transition, that you would know that you're transitioning from one plane to the next.
You
so
set yourself up for it. Every move that you make, you setting yourself up for your own death. And I hate to cut you off, but that's exactly what the mathematics is.
Yeah, for sure. And so it's like, okay, how do we know, outside of if you're dying in a slow progression where you're in pain, right? If, you know, I've had aunts you know, that died this summer from cancer, and that was a painful thing to watch someone so strong get broke down in that way, right? But outside of those kinds of examples, the actual moment of death is so quick, right? It don't even register, right? You know what I mean? So it's like one of those things. Okay, I got this big needle, right? I'm about to poke you, you know, and you're like, well, okay, hold on, one, two, you know, is it gonna hurt? And as soon as it gets in and it's over, it's, you know, it's done, right? It even if you wanted to say, ow, I mean, it don't matter, right? You into the next plane anyways. So if we start looking at it from, okay, yeah, I don't want to experience the pain of it, well, you're gonna have to, you know, it is what it is, right? There's no way. So why feel that? Yeah, you're gonna have to suck it up. You know what I'm saying? And again, that is the price of admission. But for this, I can't necessarily say better place, but I will say that, if you will, for this better place or this next experience. Yeah, but you know, I mean, like I said, heaven on earth, you know what I'm saying? But this new theme park, right? So that's just the thing, and it's that fear of unknown, you know. And
that part.
For me at this point, it's just like, you know, I think I've died enough daily to not be really worried about it at that point in time, right? You can't. It's gonna happen with or without your permission. So, you know, get used to dying daily. If you get used to dying to yourself, right? Letting people cut your head off, right? And you grow back, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, then death may not be so bad to you, right? Now you start looking forward to it, like, you know what? I don't know. I'm starting to, you know what I'm saying? I feel like dying today. You know what I mean? And so right? Because you know that you don't have the guts to do it yourself, right? So you want to go do some shit and push people and do things like that, because I need, like you said, the assisted suicide. I need to do this to get to this next level. So
I remember stuff when we used to talk about
that's
that. Like,
must
nigga.
be the...
Huh?
Hold on, real quick. Remember stuff when we was like, because Self said it again earlier. We used to go around whacking niggas, so we're putting ourselves out there to die. Like, you know what I mean? We ain't just sniping niggas from the rooftop. We're blowing up niggas' hoods, like nigga.
Yeah,
like nigga, we're ready to die. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, you know, when you put yourself in that space, that shit becomes a beautiful thing because we already understand. Nigga, you kill me right now. Guess what? Nigga, Jesus died and that nigga came back lit.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it's just like so. It's just like when you understand what it looks like, what it feels like. Man, it's lit. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Divine.
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say, role is to be the Grim Reaper, or at least the assistant to the Grim Reaper. A lot of people be testing me, and I don't know if they're agents but they definitely are. Those people must be looking for assistance suicide because I be coming with straight rip. I'm minding my business. It exudes out of me. So I do take personal. They would have the audacity to throw a dart. Like okay, forgive them, Lord. You feel me? But I'm not the Lord. I'm not finna be so. I'm only gonna allow so many opportunities for you to. I go into defense. So I don't know. That's why I'm asking, like, the panel, like, okay, that because personally, I'm with whatever they on. If we going blows, we going toes. I'm already there. I'll drop my pen. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. That's me. Maybe I'm just
on some young life shit, because you the young life of the bunch, Ms. Divine. So because when you say you're not the Lord, right? Even when they said when Jesus come back, that nigga ain't coming back on no peaceful shit. That nigga's coming back to split shit up. Like, you know what I mean? So if you understand that nigga ain't no peace. And this is why I always play the angel's advocate. I'm always the advocate for war, nigga, because war has to happen.
Right.
That shit has to happen. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, yeah.
That's why I'm the fighter. I'm fighting in the name of love. And some niggas might just have to die for.
Right, and that's the part that you are playing. So be comfortable in that.
I'm gonna remix that R. Kelly shit. You know how niggas be talking about stepping? I'm stepping in the name of love. I'm whacking niggas in there. Hey, I'm
talking about
in the name of love.
No, you capping in the name of love. You know what I'm saying? Killing caps in the name of love. Clap.
Right.
Right. Side to side. Round and round. Put your shit back.
Right.
Yeah.
Spin it back.
Yeah, but for real, I'll say this, Miss Divine is sometimes we got to get comfortable in our positions, right? I think somebody was talking about there's different. You guys talking about blinkers and horns and or whatever, something, but everybody has a purpose and your energy, right? My energy is very nurturing, right? Oh yeah, like I said, I know how to cut your throat too when I need to, but that's the energy I first start off with, right? And some people start off with that. If you're being drawn to me, that must mean, I'm the one that's going to help you with this, assisted suicide, right? And that could be your role, is that all the people that you're attracting are the ones that need to die to themselves, right? And so the more you get comfortable with that, that's when the love part comes too, because you're a fighter, but it's just like, all right, come to mama. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna hurt a little bit. What you say? I said it's gonna hurt a little bit. But
hey. Yo, references. That's that Martin shit. Hey, go ahead, my bag. But every time
but I'm saying because that it fits perfectly. You know what I'm saying? In that. But so once you relax in your role, right? Of I'm just the one. This is my assignment for this point in time, right? And because with this point assignment that you have, there's still lessons for you to learn in that, right? Why are people that need to die coming to you? Is there a part of yourself that you need to die to as well, right? But you're going to get that double-edged sword going back. So as you killing somebody, you killing yourself, and you're getting stronger each time. So now, again, like I said, you're no longer angry about it. You accept the mission, you complete the mission. Guess what? Now you're on to another vibration. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Hey, y'all seen the movie? And I used to tell Self this shit all the time. Y'all seen the movie Boondock Saints?
No.
Y'all ain't seen the movie Boondock Saints? To where it's a couple of brothers, they twin brothers, and they go around whacking niggas. But they stepping in the name of love. Hey, y'all gotta watch this movie. They going around, but you know, it's kind of like it's kind of like the movie Seven. But if y'all get an opportunity to watch this called Boondock Saints, and they have justified kills, like, you know what I mean? They going around whacking niggas. And I told Self when I noticed what we was doing, I'm like, hey nigga, this
Right.
is
I know what you're talking about now. That shit remind me of like getting a whooping and shit.
Yeah.
When I'm younger, getting a whooping, and then afterwards, my dad, talk, hey, you trying to play Monopoly or some shit? I still
right.
Like, hell no, I ain't trying to play no damn games with you right now. You just whoop my ass. But yeah, it's that same type of time for sure. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? They will still come back and give you the nurturing, right, to still pull you back into a different kind of energy. But it was, bringing something to your attention that needed, and correction. So, and even for me, I had to nestle in this nurturing energy. I used to not like it because I'm the nice girl, right? You know what I'm saying? If you push me, like, you got to do a lot of pushing for me to be like the ultimate bitch to you, like really just turn into super gangster to turn into Keisha, right? Even though she was always there, I always suppressed her, right? Because you're the good girl, you're the nice girl, you're the sweet girl. That's not, ladylike or becoming of you. Until I had to bring her out a couple of times, and I'm like, damn, that shit kind of feel, you know what I'm saying? Feel kind of good, you know what I mean, to let her out. But the thing is with that balance, and I had to understand with myself, there was a purpose for me to be that mothering energy, to be that. So the people that were coming to me that I felt was using up all the love energy that I have, that was me being out of balance, right? I needed to understand that these people needed the love energy from me, right? And I need to give it to them, but I didn't need to over nurture. And that was my error.
Let me I have to piggyback off that real quick. And I used to talk to Selfmade about this a lot, or anybody, who I talk to this about it. I noticed that, like, a lot of people that seemed like they was coming for war, right? Like, I'm coming to debate you. What y'all niggas popping? What do I? But it was really, at the end of the day, can you teach me some moves? Like,
yes.
Which is a movie reference to, Last Dragon. But they was really wanting to be taught, right? So on that type of time, it was just like, but the way that they would present themselves, just like Mr. Vine is talking about, throwing darts, like, nigga, we gonna keep on poking this bear until the bear gets up. Like, you know what I mean? To teach them a lesson. The bear's gonna teach you a lesson, right? So when it came down to that, it's just like when people they didn't, in their ego, they don't know how to present themselves as asking for a favor or asking to be taught anything, right? And just like what you just now said, Benet, I didn't understand that from the gate. I was just like, nigga, I'm smoking everything moving, like, you know what I mean? So that's my mentality, because that's the energy that I'm picking up in my ignorance, like, you know what I mean? It's just like, oh, nigga, smoke. And then it became
okay, I have to interject because I need to ask.
Hold up, real quick.
Go ahead.
So when we're smoking, it's just like, nigga, I killed you, but you keep coming back. So now I know it's not smoke. Now I know it's like, well, if you don't want to be killed, well, you want to be taught. Like, you know what I mean? So it made me change my whole method. But what I want to say real quick is that not all of them, but a lot of some of those, half of those, a percentage of those people came back and said, "You want to know what? The shit that you was talking about was right. It was real, and I understand it, and I appreciate it." So sometimes people make you feel guilty for beating their ass. Sometimes people make you feel guilty for asking for the ass whooping. Then you give it to them. Then you be like, "Nigga, but you asked for it." Like, you know what I mean? So how you gonna make me feel guilty for some shit that you asked for when I gave it to you? But some people say, "Hey, you want to know what? Thank you."
Yeah. Yeah. What was you
But
gonna
go
say?
ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. So I mean, y'all are building, right? And my brain is like, oh shit. Remind y'all, I am autistic, and I think that the reason why I struggle with than not is because like I want to ask y'all, like, okay, well, how do you saying they're coming at you with a certain demeanor, but you understand, so you're reading in between some lines that are telling you, oh, what they really want is this. And
Yeah.
when you're in school and they tell you, like, oh, you know how somebody likes you when they're mean to you.
Right.
It makes no. If you're being mean to me, get the fuck away from me. And if you're not gonna get away from me, I'm about to get away from you. The issue is about to be pressed. And like I said, maybe because I am the young life, if you come in hot, I'm coming in even hotter. So that's why I'm like, well, then how, like, what are y'all picking up on to let you know that if everything that's giving adversity, it's giving, complication, it's giving war, they obviously how they're acting. What signs are
They
you
keep coming
seeing to
back.
let you know that it's
They keep coming back. That's what I just now said. So it's just like, again, if I beat your ass, right? Just imagine if I beat, like, if I'm the top nigga in the school and I beat your ass, and you're like, nah, nigga, I need my fade back. It's just like, nigga, I need you to teach me how to either beat you or be as good as you. So as soon as they come back, it's just like, nigga, all right. So now I understand that whatever I done already whooped the misunderstanding out of you, right? It's that part is done. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to looking at the energy, okay, what's the problem that you have with me?
Hey, but see,
Yeah, but
you,
go ahead.
Miss Divine, you said it earlier. You said people be testing you. That was the thing that I caught on. Like you said, people be testing me, and I'm like, you know what I'm saying? So that, like, for me, if you recognize that somebody is testing you, then it's almost like up to you to realize, okay, it's not a test. It's a test for you, but it's also a test for them at the same time, because it's like that's when you can break this shit down for them,
Right.
to get that understanding that they are obviously lacking because they testing you on it. You know what I'm saying? If you really thinking about it like on a test, like a writing test, like somebody testing you, like, hey, you don't know the answer to number 3 because they want the answer to number 3. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Right. So let me say this, sis, before you ask your next question. Hold on, sis. Let me just say this. Remember how I told you got to get comfortable in your assignment. That's the very first part of it. Because once you're comfortable in your assignment and you understand, you got to understand your energy that you're presently in, right? And then your assignment. Then you know that not say everybody, but when you understand that, yes, you're the lover, right? And so if people are not coming with love, then you know what this energy is. But if they're coming and they're pulling the fight out of you, then, oh, okay. Now you don't necessarily got to go, you know what I'm saying, pulling out and just shooting. You could still say, okay, I understand this is what this is. Let me give you love in a mothering way. I'm going to still fight you, but I'm not coming with a certain kind of energy that's going to get me out, quote unquote, outside of myself, because I understand my assignment. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
I hear that. I do hear that. I just feel like right, they only speak one language. It's almost so, but they know I'm the good girl, I'm the sweet girl, I'm nice. I'm that girl too. Let me continue to be her in peace. They continue to test just to be just how loving and compassionate I'm going to be. And at a certain point, it starts to feel advantage of my grace. So then I
Yes,
feel
sis,
like I have to
hold
turn
on,
on.
but that's the part that you need to. That is your test. This is the part that you got at, right? It is things that will come into your life or continue to come into your life because you refuse to learn the lesson that it's trying to teach you,
Right.
And so if you're understanding what I'm saying, sis, is that
I'm taking notes.
they're going to continue, right? Because this is a part of you that you got to get comfortable with. This is your test. You can't get mad. You got to understand, I got to figure out the solution, right? And the solution is I understand my assignment, right? That, like I said, for me, right, I'm the good girl, but I understand that's out of balance, right? I can't be good all the time, right? There is a time where Keisha has to come out. And I was afraid because, anger issues or things within my family that, when niggas get mad, somebody's, going to the coroner. Okay. So I understand that about myself and my family. I was afraid to embrace that. Right. But I mean, I ain't a killer. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I could if you push me, you know what I'm saying? But that's not what came out when I let Keisha out to that extent, right? So there's a part of you that you're going to have to let out, right? You're going to have to let your inner Keisha come out because you are the nice girl, right? But once you get that, now you get to the balance. Without that, you're out of balance. And that's what's going to continue to push you to that point. And that's when you feel better, don't you, when you cut somebody out, don't you? Or when you beat their ass, right? Is because that was the lesson that was the freedom. That's your next step into your process. Does that make sense?
It kind of
that shadow work. It's the shadow work.
Right.
Hey y'all, I gotta slide right quick, but I love y'all. I'll be back on this next week.
Peace,
Appreciate you.
All right, peace to the
peace
gods.
out. I feel like I'm really digging what you're saying. I'm feeling it right in there. And I'm only saying that because my wrath is like is that symbology. When I get to that point, you feel me? She has to naturally come down on her own. It is a blame. You feel me? So I understand what you're saying by accept the position and also to know when to let it out and when to not let it out. And I do get that part. I feel like that is being pulled out of me intentionally. Poke a stick into a lion's den.
It is.
Yeah, it might be for a specific purpose.
Yeah, what you gonna do with it?
But see, that's what I'm saying. In my past experiences, no matter how it has been deemed inappropriate, that any reaction is not inappropriate by onlookers. So Woon said earlier, like, oh, if I go there, I'm gonna be me. There's no rules to fighting dirty. Once you violate, we're violating. There's probably a lot of unbalancedness happening there, but y'all know I try my best.
Let me
and
say,
I'm trigger happy.
Let me say this real quick. Even though it may, and I'm talking to you directly, Ms. Divine. It may seem like people are coming to you against your submission or admission, right? Yeah. You are calling these niggas to you. You are calling this.
No, you guys.
Right?
Hey, the best.
So what you calling this energy to you is you in control, but you don't know that you have the control. So now you want to respond out of control.
The best way.
So with that being stated, it's just like, do you know that you control this situation, Ms. Divine?
That part.
If you don't know that you control the situation, again, you're going to act out of control, right? But all this shit is coming to you from you. You're sending these warriors to you because you are the warrior that don't need to be the warrior. But you have to be the warrior and not in order to be the warrior. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to how you assess what you're putting out and what you're receiving, like, you know what I mean? And again, like, so if you feel like you need to fight, yeah, that's what you need to do because you're sending that energy to yourself. But if you feel like you don't need to fight, then you're sending that energy to yourself as well. So the more that it comes, the more that you have to say, what are we doing right now? And we means me.
Yeah.
That shit reminds me of school, like real life school, like going to school and you in the classroom in a math class and nigga a test pop up. Everybody in the class know the niggas that's in here really studying and doing all their homework and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? I was one of them ones like, hey, yep, I might need to go holler at bro over there when this test time. I wasn't doing the work, you know what I'm saying? But I know he was doing the work, you know what I'm saying? And when I do, for the person that is doing the work, when he's attracting them people like me, like, hey, bro, what's the answer to number 2? Hey, I know you don't know the answer to number 4. Now it's up to him to be like, nigga, go get your study on, or like, you know what I'm saying? Or you gonna give me the answer, you know what I mean? But that's like the best way I like as far as just looking at it is like, and that shit really just like school. Like if you doing the work, you're gonna attract people that's not doing the work that can see you doing the work because they want to learn something from you. You know what I mean?
So let me ask
I wish they would just lead with that instead of coming at. I'm immediately responding with a mirrored crazy, and that's what be making me feel. I have to clap back.
You're
that's the projection that you are giving out.
Mirror, though. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, hold on.
You're
Say
on
that
the opposing
again.
side of that mirror. So even though, again, and I had to say it just like this, even though it seems like it's an outside force, it's actually an inside force. Like, you know what I mean? And sometimes we don't recognize it as it being that. Like, you know what I mean? So and I know I said it earlier, but this is kind of like when if I'm in a position to where I know that I put myself in this club to where there's a lot of people, I put myself there. So if somebody steps on my shoe, I gotta check myself. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, well, you know that you're in a club with 1,000 niggas that drink, niggas that smoke, niggas is high, and you gonna get mad because somebody step on your shoe. You put yourself there. You were asking for this.
Yeah, sis,
So
and I'll say
when you look at it like that, it's just like, you know, it's just, you know, just keep that mentality that it's for you, from you. Boo boo, nigga. Boo boo, nigga.
Just
boo boo. Right. Let me ask you something, sis. What have you asked the universe to put out there that you wanted recently?
Peace.
Okay. So, peace, right?
War. She said war. I heard war. What y'all hear?
No. So,
don't do me.
Right.
I heard war. I'm just saying. I heard war. I don't know.
And so now, right, that you want peace. How do you think you go about getting peace, or coming to a place of a peaceful place?
You gotta. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on a walker down the street.
Mean, I'm open to hearing what you got. Immediate answer is isolation. So
I was just thinking for myself, it's like you gotta fight so much that you get tired of fighting. Like you gotta, you know what I'm saying? Like you gotta cut off so many heads that I'm like, I'm tired of cutting off heads now. Like I gotta actually really fight. Like that's that shadow work, I think, you know, that you really have to put in the work so much so that you get comfortable in the shadow. You like, all right, yeah, this shit ain't nothing. Like, nigga, I'm, you know what I mean? To the point where that actually becomes the peace.
Right.
Like it's gonna transfer over.
Right. And so you know,
like when you, with the analogy of the classroom, like with the club, in the club situation, I feel like I'm much more unplaced myself intentionally in this environment. So if anything pops off, I'm immediate. But in a class space, you know what I'm saying? Again, both of those people pulled into my reality by my own vibration. I get that.
Yeah.
But I don't know scenario. I feel like don't come at me challenging my intelligence, telling me what, you know what I'm saying? Like, nigga,
no, but
bruh,
see,
relax.
No, sis. But what that is
y'all
then
saying they're the same environments.
They are, and so sis, stop. So it's self-talk. You stop telling yourself that. Stop telling yourself like you coming for you. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. You are coming
say that
for you.
One more time.
You coming for you. You coming for you. So all of that stuff, like don't tell me this, that, and whatever you just said, that is really what you tell yourself. And so it comes back to you because, again, when you're in something, right, sometimes you can't see it. But outside of yourself, you can see it. That's the correlation of the mirror, right? If you do, and I'm not saying this, I'm saying for anybody, if you talk to yourself in a certain manner or you feel a certain way about yourself, I don't care what you're talking about, how people treat you, right? Or the energy that comes to you will be more reflective of the truth, right? So for an example, if you were to ask anybody about me, right? Does it, and whatever you say, right? If she's loving, she's kind, or whatever, and that's how I feel about myself. Does it match that energy, right? Because I tell people I'm the love energy, right? So what do I get back? Nothing but love, right? You know what I mean? But if I'm telling myself something else and there's shadow work that needs to get done, right? That's what's going to come to me. And the reason why it's irritating to you is because you can see it through from somebody else, right? So you can't get mad at the image that you are projecting in someone else. You got to see like, God damn, nigga, is this how I really feel about myself? Is this really how I treat myself? Is this really what I'm doing to myself? And sis, when I tell you that is the hardest part that a lot of people refuse to look at. They look at the person and say, it's them. No, it's me.
So let me say this to that. Let me say this to that real quick. I know you said that. You said that with you being loved, then you receive that. When I proclaim this I am shit or I am God, so many devils came. They was like, nigga, you said you who? Nigga, I'm pulling up. Like, you know what I mean? So
test the God, right?
Test the God. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, nigga, all right, come one, come all. Like, nigga, I am who I say that I am. So
right.
But the confirmation, right? This is not an affirmation. So I need to be tested. Like, you know what I mean? I need that opposing energy to say, nigga, you said you God. Nigga, I'm pulling up instantly. And I expect that and I accept that. If I don't accept it, it's just like, nigga, it's just an affirmation to me. I'm God.
Exactly.
I ain't gonna stand up when I'm gonna whisper it. I'm God.
Right. So, and that's how I demonstrate it, right? Is when somebody
I want to make sure that I'm comprehending before y'all go deeper, because I feel like something is not clicking. Back and let me know if this is what you're saying.
Okay.
Essentially, so to me, I feel like this, and you guys are saying they're the same environment, because it's really just a reflection of the environment. It doesn't matter if it's a classroom or a club. How people interacting with me is how I'm interacting with people. You know, Josh was saying like there's some people who are well studied. I'm one of those people. I am well studied. I know this material. I know I'm gonna get a high score. I know I'm gonna. It's like with what Woon is saying and what Benet is saying, making that claim to myself, me talking to myself in that manner by saying who I am, I'm attracting that person to come up to me and say to the number 4 when I know damn well I know the answer to number 4. And again, if I understand what you're saying correctly, is that I have to be secure enough in my original statement to say that I do know what the fuck I'm okay with the fact that someone is going to come along and say, are you sure?
Correct, right? And that someone is that someone is, you know, really yourself for the for the confirmation. So when I say that I'm the love energy, I had to demonstrate that, right? So even in amongst our chat, right? Even like with I hopped in when I on this chat, you said we need whose energy? You need something about you needed my energy.
Your diplomacy.
Right, my diplomacy,
Yes,
right? But that is further a confirmation of my love energy. I can come into a situation, right? Because I understand that I'm that love energy or that kind of energy. So coming in, I understand the assignment. So I understand this is going to be some hot shit going on, right? So I can't come in hot.
It's clicking now. So
as,
when Woon said earlier that he heard me say war, that's what I'm getting. That's clicking now.
Yes. So
amen.
Yeah, so that's what you are getting is that war, right? You're getting this war. You're getting mad about it. Instead of getting mad about it, what kind of warrior are you, right? Because you're gonna need to know.
Prove them.
I really don't want to war at all. I want to frolic in the grass with motherfucking deers. Like,
but
I want to be in a field of
here's the
meadows.
Hold on.
Just have that.
Yeah, that's that work. Somebody come to you and say like, "Hey, you ain't know the answer to number 4." Be like, "Hey, watch when you fail, motherfucker." Like, you know what I'm saying?
right. because you want to frolic in the grass, though.
Like, so for
in order to frolic in the grass, you got to be able to be free enough to do so. So that in case a lion, tiger, or bear come fuck with you while you frolicking, how are you going to approach that? Are you gonna still look over at the energy and be like, "What up, nigga?" You know what I'm saying, and keep rolling, right? Or are you gonna be like, "Nigga, what's up?" You know what I'm saying? What's up? You serving my feet, right? But so
she needs to borrow
know that
Christmas flute real quick,
right? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Until then, it's gonna be that battle. So when you see that lion, tiger, or bear come, you can really be like, "What up?" You know what I'm saying? Cool. You know what I'm saying? You want to come lay in the grass? This shit gravy. You know what I'm saying? Until you can get to that place, you're going to be constantly put in a place of turmoil because you're not truly at peace. And that's why, you know, you said you wanted peace, right? So you're going to constantly be in turmoil until you meet it. You got to hit that on dead on, and you won't be at peace until you meet that. Once you meet that, so stop fighting, sis. So just go ahead and be like I said.
Well,
hey, man,
shit, that's what. That's what I'm trying to get at. Is like, and what I'm here what y'all are saying at the same time. It's the first offense. All right, yeah. Second offense, deep breath and peaceful response. That third, fourth offense, you want to fight.
Head
you
chop.
don't want peace.
Head chop. It's over. Head chop.
But that I feel like people are testing me to my limit. They are
so here's the thing. What happens when you exceed your limit?
Boom.
Is DEFCON 3.
We had a beautiful conversation about pressure points, right?
Wait, hold on. I didn't hear her answer to that. What did she say? What did you say, sis? What happens when you reach
DEFCON 3? But I want to hear what Woon's saying.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
I was just gonna say we had a beautiful conversation about pressure points, right? As soon as, because you know, it's like pressure. I can't take this. But as soon as you get past that pressure point, that explodes and that becomes a fucking supernova that turns into a whole new different life. And then that space that you are able to be in is phenomenal, right?
Yeah.
So when you look at, you know, just being beyond that boiling point, what does that look like to you? How do you see that looking? And sometimes people get scared. No disrespect to you, but sometimes people get scared of what that may feel like because it's just like, well, nigga, don't take me there. I want all the smoke, nigga. Take me there, please. Can we go there? Can I you know what I mean? Are we mobbing right now? Can we do this? And it's just based on the fact that, again, about the dying situation. It's just like, nigga, man, look. What's the worst that could happen? Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, and when you get to that level, and I know you're still a young life, like, you know what I mean? So I don't expect you to willingly, just accept that part of it. But it's just like, of course it's the process. But when you get to past that pressure point, you get past that boiling point or past that, it's just like, nigga, the other side of the fence is lizard.
Right, because all you're doing, sis, is really suffering right now. Because again, you're not at peace. So I'll break it to you kind of like this. Like, it's like dental work, right? Everybody got a set of good teeth, I guess, for the most part, right? So you get your set. You got a problem with your tooth, right? Now you chewing on the other side and all this other stuff, right? All you needed to do, come to find out, all you needed to have was a tooth pulled. But you've been, nigga, not eating good food and all this extra shit, eating to the side, slobbering and all this for fucking 18 months. And all you had to do was pull that tooth and know that another tooth was coming in, and you could have had all the deliciousness and all the stuff. Like it wouldn't hurt no more. But what people do is try to, suppress that pain or move that pain over. When really, as we know as a kid, right? Some people hated that feeling of getting that tooth pulled. And I used to love that shit. I used to be trying to do everything I could do to pull my tooth out, right? Because that was the instant relief. What hurt is when you try to bite an apple and that motherfucker's loose. You know what I'm saying? That shit hurts. But the minute that you pulled that tooth out, man, you know what I'm saying? You happy snaggletooth, right? You know what I mean? So it's just that, sis. And so until you get to a place of stop torturing yourself by not accepting the assignment and staying away from the pain, you are in a hell loop, as it will. And the breakthrough is, I don't know if you young, so I don't know if you know Wizard of Oz, right? Story, but the song's Somewhere Over the Rainbow. If you get to the point of that somewhere over the rainbow, you're at that place, you're at the rainbow. And if you can just press through, the most beautiful piece that you could ever describe is what you're waiting for. So why are you waiting? Why are you putting yourself through the hell loop when you can be on the heaven loop, right? You could be in total peace, total happiness, frolicking. You know what I'm saying? You could be like, well, you young, so you don't know Jason's lyric and Jason and Jada Pinkett, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, rolling naked in the grass with, saying grass stuck to your ass, you know what I'm saying? Like in total freedom. So it is just that. It is pain.
But still, I'm sorry, I was gonna say, but still embrace the place that you're at right now, though.
Yeah.
I would definitely say that because going to what you said, that Wizard of Oz, right? And they put it OZ, but it's really Oz, like the aha moment, like the okay, like you know what I mean. So the more that you have questions, the more that you question yourself. They was on a quest, right, to go see the wizard, like you know what I mean. So it's just like now you got the Oz, so the aha moment, the like okay, this should make sense. So again, just being in that state of confusion is the best place ever. That place of darkness. This is, and I've probably referenced this a lot, but this is the caterpillar in a cocoon in that dark spot where it's just like, nigga, let me all of this shit, yeah. Because as soon as I break out, it's lit. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And you know what? And I'm glad that you reiterated that reference because, sis, it's almost like, I mean, have you seen The Wizard of Oz, right? Any of them?
Yeah. I've seen The Wizard of Oz and The Wiz.
The Wiz, that's
okay, right. So even within, I'll just say within The Wiz, right? Or, what was the lion most afraid of?
Himself, essentially.
Right. And so people, when they first saw him, they are intimidated. They had no idea that he internally was a coward, right? So he had to come to a place within himself, which made him even stronger to say, one of my favorite lines in that from him is when they find out what his name is. You know, Fleetwood. He said Fleetwood the vote, and they were like Fleetwood, and he was just like, yeah, Fleetwood. You know, Mama had high ideas. You know what I mean? Right.
It's a classic movie, man. Go ahead. Hey, but I swear I love your movie references because that should be lit.
Right.
They be on point with that shit.
Hey man, you know what I'm saying? I movie speak, right? Because it helps the analogies. But within that, he couldn't be as strong as he needed to be without embracing the cowardness or the softer side of himself.
Right.
Right. And it was the softer side of himself that was, you know, able to bring out the strength, right? And so you're a lion, sis. You know what I mean? You just don't want people to see a certain side of you because of what people may say. And I'm so glad like that you are a part of the group, even on the podcast, being able to get this as a young life, because people don't get this shit till they in their 40s and 50s, or if ever. So you can get that concept of saying, you know what? Be proud of the weakest parts, right? That's how people get strong and capping. If nigga, you could only thing that you could talk shit about Biggie was he was fat and had, you know what I'm saying, a lazy eye. But nigga, so what? Now what else can you say about me? Right? Mm-hmm. I'm already saying it to myself. So it's not a weakness anymore. So what else can you say? Right. So you got to get to that place of, if there's a weak spot in you, right? There's a weak spot in us all. That's always going to be the key to finding your strength. So in order to be the nice person that I am, I needed to see who Keisha was, right? I needed to know how far my Keisha will go, right? I'm not the type that's going to bust the windows out your car, right? Never that. But I will say, you know what? I'll never talk to you again. And that's the gangster of the motherfucker, right? Because that could be, that is complete cutoff. You know what I mean? And that to me that's my Keisha. That's my like limit. And you got to know what's on that other side. You got to know your limits, but you got to get comfortable in it. So go ahead and be a lion. You know what I mean?
That weak spot can be synonymous with a vulnerable time. And when I say vulnerable time, I just mean like, you know, when it comes down to, because, you know, even on some I am shit, we still have that am I energy that gives birth to the I am, right? So when we understand that, it's just like,
ooh, you know, I just heard what you said.
We question that shit. And again, you know, when we have this question, that begins the quest. Like, you know what I mean? So that's the big bang. Like, you know what I mean? This is, as soon as you got that question, you got the big bang, because it's just like, well, am I who I say that I am? Like, you know what I mean? That begins the fucking journey. So when that journey begins, if you don't, then that's why I say embrace where you're at right now, because the place is beautiful. It's just like, damn, like, you know what I mean? A lot of motherfuckers could say, nigga, I'm this and I'm that. Like, you know what I mean? And they won't even question, I might not be that shit. Like, you know what I mean? So the beautiful thing is that you're saying that I might not be that shit. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, that's giving yourself the opportunity to grow and to expand. Like, you know what I mean? So I like the spot that you're in, especially as a young life. Again, it's just like, nigga, like, I remember being in that space, and it's just like, you know, just the birth that it gives to yourself. It's just like, nigga, don't you know how lit that position is? Because now, if you don't have no identity, you have all identity. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you can take off.
Yeah, so it's just like, shit. How can I hop on your ship? I see your ship right there. Can I hop ship one time, Divine?
Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad that one that you dropped that am I versus the I am, right? You know what I mean? In that sense of that confirmation, you know, and to continue my movie speak, right? The best movie in the world, The Last Dragon, right? Miss Divine,
no,
you seen The Last Dragon? Okay, so here, you know what I'm saying? I got a little assignment for you. You know, if you can, find The Last Dragon. Huh?
I said, heard you.
Okay, so and the reason why I'm going to give you that is because it's a process. The synopsis of the film is just that. It is someone that is a young life like you, right? That's going through this process and to get to a place of self-awareness. He wasn't even asking, is he the master? He was still seeking a mastery level, right? But with him seeking a mastery level, you got to go on the quest, right, to become the master. But there's someone else that feels as though on the outside that he is the master. So he's going to say, he's not sure because he's asking, you know, am I the meanest? Am I the greenest? And I'm the baddest mofo in this town. Who is it, right? You don't ask if I am if you know that you are. And he needed the confirmation of people around him to confirm that, right? So if you watch Last Dragon, that's one of the deepest, most profound movies about being on a journey and coming to oneself so that you know you're the master. Like, you know what I'm saying? So definitely, sis, you know, if you need the link or how to watch it.
Praise to the gods, man, because I for sure needed this. I'm taking notes.
I'm glad that, you know, we're kind of like closing out the show on this type of time, especially from where we was at, and then we hit the love field. You know what I mean? It was like, yep, this is what love is all about. And now it's like, don't forget that shadow work. Like, you got to do that shadow work to get to real ultimate, you know what I'm saying, understanding of love. So this is dope, man. I be loving shows like this that, you know, get hectic. We done had shows that got hectic, you know, in the middle and throughout the show, and then it always ends up, you know, being spread as far as like, you know, the love and understanding and shit. So
big circle.
That shit is dope.
Hey, again, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you, Miss Devon?
I will be 27 in 8 days.
Okay.
And the reason why I asked that is because, and I may not be the only one, it's just like, you know, outside of today, when you speak on, you know, when we just shooting the shit on some different type of time, people tend to forget that you are as young as you are. And I say this to self. I mean, not I say this to self, but I have to think about self a lot because I'll be like, damn, nigga, self is like, you know, he's still the young life. Like, you know what I mean? A lot of people probably overlook self, but it's just like, hold on, this nigga's still young and shit too. But like, you know what I mean? Because the level of the space that we allow ourselves to be at, or the maturity level, is just like, damn, like we don't look at y'all like that until we get into certain conversation and be like, oh, okay.
Yeah, we forgot. Yeah, she was young.
You are still the young life. You are still baby. You are still, you know, in that thing, and it's still a beautiful thing. So now, you know, we understand that you rocking with the big boys or rocking with the big girls, but at the same time, now we embrace you as a little dog. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you little busted motherfucker, come here.
Hell yeah, you know, I'm trying to keep up with y'all.
But that's the progression in lineage, right? Is it should get better. You should get the knowledge sooner. You know what I mean? And that's what it should be. And if you get the knowledge sooner, your kids will get the knowledge sooner. And so this is how we break it, right? You know what I mean? And so that's what this is about. And that's why I say I love it. I wasn't supposed to be on earlier. You know what I mean? I was supposed to be doing what I was doing, right? To come in to bring this kind of energy, right? So that's why I said you got to understand your assignment. Know that as much as I wanted to be here during this other stuff earlier, right? Divine timing. That's why I don't rush nowhere. I'm at where I'm at. When I get to where I be is where I be, and it's on time, and I still show up very present, you know what I mean, in that energy. So yeah, it's all good. So we got a new person.
Nashaya's back, man. What's popping, bro? What's going on, man? Go ahead. I know you want to close out and say something because you didn't get a chance to in the, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna watch the replay, you know, and y'all still on here. I can't even watch the replay.
Oh, this is Shy from a couple months ago, the one I met.
Yeah, and he was on earlier. I don't know if you caught it, but he was on earlier, and it got crazy for a second. But
no, but I'm talking about that I met in
in real life.
Yeah.
Oh, hey! I was thinking about you the other day too. So
we out here.
I see you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, what you eating? You know that's rude.
Oh, my bad.
You know what I'm saying?
I was eating.
Like, nigga, something to eat.
I was like, shit.
Hey, y'all know I'm at the house. I'm gonna fuck some shit up right now. I ain't gonna hold y'all.
Yeah.
But I do want Nashia. Excuse me. I do want Nashia to give the proper of the properest closeouts because I think that that for the people, for the people that was on the vibration that he was on and received it, I think that it kind of got shut down by, you know, other energies that probably didn't receive you, Nashia. And I don't know if you was paying attention to the show, so I was fucking with you, like, you know what I mean. So you know what I mean. So I definitely want you to not feel discouraged sometimes. And I'm not saying that you are, but sometimes people can get discouraged and say, "Well, this motherfucker fucked it up, so I don't want to continue with this shit." But you got the floor, man. If you want to go ahead and, you know, do your thing.
Hey, well, ultimately, you know, this is the platform for all the versions of I Am to show up and be who they are. So respects to the gods for even, you know, allowing me to grace y'all presence. I appreciate the invites and just anytime spoken and just to, you know, to put my vibe out there for the people. I mean, ultimately, we doing this so we could all get an understanding, I believe, you know, and regardless of whether people all heard each other, you know, our subconscious recorded all that. So it's going to bounce around. All of it's going to jive. People all come to their own grasp of, you know, what they view. But, you know, it's just about the love and the cooperation. You know, that's all for me. Peace, y'all.
Hey, man, we definitely appreciate you sliding through and coming back right now. You know what I mean? Just on the closing statement, bro, because I know how, you know, how it got and how things went. You know what I mean? So to end it like this on this type of time, man, much love to you, bro, for real. Always a pleasure having you on. You know what I mean? Everybody, you know what I'm saying? And shout out to the chat ultimately for real. When you was on, they was fucking with you. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of people in the chat that was fucking with you and what you was saying. And I even see somebody in the chat like, hey, he got to come back. That's why I was like, hey, yeah, you're going to have to slide back, bro. You know?
It's just perception, y'all. It's all perceptions, you know. And ultimately, I'll just say for me, situations like this just allow me to practice maintaining poise, because you got to have poise in life. You have to be able to hold your square in life. You can't be pushed off by, you know, other energies. You know, I know I kind of maybe retreated a little here and there, but that's just, you know, to maintain my own peace, because I want to put out the right message for people, and I don't want it to get skewed in my personality too much.
Woo! See, sis?
That's
Right.
About to say, that was for me.
Nashia.
That was for me.
Nashia. Are you, if you can't be you when you're not around you?
What?
I mean, I don't know. I was talking to my girl. I wasn't talking to her. I was talking to myself, and she was responding. I was like, I guess I talk to myself a lot. So it's me, myself, and I over here, and it's all good.
Hey, okay, it's all good. I appreciate that answer.
All right, yeah, it's up. So,
well, it's been real, y'all. It is 10:43 on my clock, so I'm tapping out. But I do want to watch this this replay. Thank y'all for letting me come in and, you know, bring that love energy. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on tight.
Yeah.
It's a ride for sure. It's a ride.
Oh Lord, I can't wait to watch the replay, because from what I've understood, that it was saucy for a minit, so it got steamy. So,
hey, today's been a saucy day. I'm gonna say the whole
saucy day, man.
The whole day.
It's starting to get cold in California, so you know, different personalities that come out.
I blame the Scorpios.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, boy, you already know. Tis the
Yeah, we
season. Tis the season.
Yeah, well, Capricorns are the best because we bring in that energy. We end the year and we bring off the year, right? We end it and we start it. So, you know what I mean? It's up. So, you know what I'm saying? Peace to everybody. Have a good one and I holler.
Always
All right.
love.
Definitely
peace, y'all.
peace to the gods. I definitely appreciate all y'all taking that time with me to work out my own little journeys. You know, give me the
That's what we here
wisdoms
for
from
real,
my
for real.
elder. You know, I'm sure it helped a lot of people as well, but definitely helped me. Love.
Nah, yeah. By us helping you, you helped us. So it's an exchange for me for sure.
Yeah, that's a fact. Definitely. It's a reflective conversation that we could learn from ourselves and then the people watching too. So
That's
it's
a
a
fact.
win-win. It was a win-win for sure.
Hey, because I had to
Well,
dig
good night to
into
all.
my
Good
young
night to all.
bag. I'm like, shit. Let me
Right.
a refresher course.
Yeah, definitely. Much love to Benet, Lovejoy, Shia, Brittany, everybody that jumped on, everybody that's in the comments.
Couple of
You know what
loser
I'm
guys.
saying?
We gotta
Couple
give
of
them
loser guys, man. Hey, it seemed like every time we get bro on, it'd be like kind of like left conversation. When I say left, I just mean different conversations than what we've had when we was on. You know what I mean? Like
that's a
that
fact.
first or second show it was.
Yeah.
So we got to pull him back on that type of timing. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
So we could get bro back in here because I know. I mean, but I'm pretty sure. You know what I mean? I don't think there's anything wrong with he looked like he stayed on this whole time as far as
No, he did.
on this topic. So that's what's up.
But I mean, just even in this part of even on this type of conversation, he still was talking about like, the alpha and like, how shit
Yeah,
thrown
exactly.
out there as opposed to what's natural. So he still came in and dropped some gems and shit, like, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, that's a fact.
we appreciate the energy for sure.
Yeah, that's a fact. And then everybody else that was in the chat,
Yeah,
I
that was
seen
good.
Black Star Junior in the building. Karmic pulled up.
Man, Kachina, she out there in
Tina,
Texas. Yeah, so many different.
Fred pulled up.
Yeah, Karmic was
God,
here.
Ian pulled up. Valley Uno pulled up.
Yeah,
Trika, yeah, it was lit.
definitely. And again, if any of you guys who either been watching or will continue to watch, if y'all haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, please do. Because again, we started off the show, we saying like, we about to do this YouTube subscriber appreciation show for our first year, man, and it's gonna be lit. We're gonna kick it. We're gonna have a raffle. And we just want to celebrate y'all for celebrating us. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for real, for real.
This type of thing. So come pull up. We'll be lit.
It's gonna be lit. Definitely. Yeah, man. Nah, this was one for the books for sure.
Hell yeah.
A lot of confirmations, a lot of learning and experience happened tonight.
Yeah.
Even for myself, you know what I mean? Like it was one of them types of shows for sure.
Them days, man, just like you said with the Scorpio energy. We in a whole different energy right now. We closing out the year, man. It's so we gonna come with a new understanding by the new year and shit. So we have to, and this is what I was saying about the war shit. We have to go through this war shit in order to sit down in either peace or understanding, or even to come to that love part of it. So hell yeah.
Yeah, that's it right there, man. Definitely subscribe, like, share, comment, the whole nine. If you're on Facebook or YouTube, so we'll be talking about that shit, probably for the next couple of shows. But yeah, man, another one in the books.
Yeah.
Peace. Free Your Mind podcast.
Gon' free your mind. free your mind, yeah. This is free your mind. This is free your mind.